Josh, Nick Grimm, Michael Severe, and John Bishop.
We're all here.
How we doing?
Whoa. Does it sound kind of buzzy to you?
A little bit, yeah. You sound a little buzzy. You got a bit of a
good
buzz.
Uh-oh. We're going to have an
I think it's the microphone, or are you actually turning into a bee?
I could be.
Why not both?
One of those
Michael?
could happen.
Whoa.
Might be better for ratings if you turned into a bee.
That'd be kind of fun.
That'd be cool.
Like, which bee would you be, though?
Oh, honeybee, sweat bee.
I'd definitely be a wasp.
That's not a bee. That's a wasp.
That's a bee for me.
Wasps
Go get them,
aren't
wasps.
bees.
Go get them, baby.
Oh, so they all look
Is this any
alike?
better?
They
Wow.
actually don't look alike. Yeah. I would not want to be a honeybee.
Why not? They're cuddly. They're
Work.
chill.
They work a lot of work. They got a lot of work.
I mean,
Too much work.
isn't their
That's
whole
just worn
life
out.
working and getting laid?
They're not getting laid. They're dropping stuff everywhere, and they're basically catering to one giant bitch.
Yeah, but don't they?
Yeah,
Don't
they're
they all
not-
help
it's
take
not-
turns
it's not what
fertilizing
you-
the queen?
It's not what you think about it is. It's not
sounds
like that.
fun.
Yeah.
It's
Then
not the same.
How does the queen have
Not the
bees,
same. They're just-
babies?
It's not the same. They're fertilizing her stuff. But yeah, listen. All I'm saying is, I want to be a wasp. You be who you want to be.
Yeah, but wasps are kind of teabags, Michael.
They're
You're not a
awesome.
teabag.
Yeah, I know. Listen. I've said this many
Why do you
times.
think you?
I've said this many times. There's nothing wrong with being a jerk. There's sometimes you just need to be a jerk. Sometimes you got to deal with people who, for whatever reason, always seem to be like, jumping on you for some reason. You don't even know why. So in those cases, you got to be a jerk.
You know what the problem with wasps is?
Tell me what the problem with wasps
There's
are.
no consequences for them stinging something. That's why bees are very cautious about
because
it.
they
Because
die.
they die.
Yeah.
But wasps, they don't care.
Actually,
they can sting whoever they want.
I think most times when wasps sting you, they die because you hit them.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
And you
they're
kill
taking
them.
an
The
awful
one
risk.
time I got stung by a wasp was right up here in my chest. I was actually in the back of a van, and we were taking my sister's stuff from Denton, Texas to Houston, Texas. And I was in the back of the van. I was in this rocking kind of chair thing, and I watched the wasp come in through the window, come right up to me and land on my chest and sting me. I then killed him and yelled, "Ow!"
And this was while the vehicle was moving?
I wasn't driving.
No, but the vehicle was
The
moving.
vehicle was moving.
so
George was driving the vehicle. George actually drove the vehicle off of the interstate into the little gully. It spun around as he was going, "Get control, George, get control." And then we came to a stop.
As you were getting stung by the wasp?
Right after I got stung by the wasp.
Wow.
Because he was so freaked out that you got stung by the wasp?
I'm not sure if it was my scream or he just lost control of the vehicle. It was one of those things where you pack so much into a moving van.
Yeah.
Whenever it shifts, it really causes the vehicle to I think that's what happened because I got stung. I kind of moved. It moved a dresser. The vehicle then moved. He goes off the road. My brother-in-law is just like, "What are you doing?"
What a chain
Like
reaction.
the worst
Crazy.
Rube Goldberg machine ever.
It was bad. It
That
wasn't
does
good.
sound like quite the chain reaction. Like all of these wasps buddies were
Whoa.
like, "Man, did you hear about how Frank went? Yeah, he tried to take out a whole van."
Now we just laugh about it, Get together. Remember that time
sure.
George was yelling, "Get control, George," as he was going off the road on I-45? Like, yeah, I remember that. Okay, cool. All right.
See, a bee wouldn't have done that.
You don't know a bee wouldn't have done that.
Bees are kind of chill.
I don't know what
The
you're
only
talking
time
about.
I've ever
Bees-
gotten stung was by a bee.
Let me tell you something.
Well, you were messing
In
with
my
it. That's why.
I
guy,
wasn't.
in my guy, the bees killed the boy. They killed the boy. And then
They
he
did.
went to death in a coffin without his glasses on.
I mean, were they
Oh, and
killer
my-
bees
my
though? Because
girl-
killer
my girl. My
killer
boy.
bees are different than
Yeah.
like a honeybee.
My
Killer
boy-
bees are
my
D-bags.
boy was a
All
whole
I know is
different
he
movie.
didn't get killed by killer bees.
well.
I'm pretty sure that boy did not get Macaulay Culkin didn't get killed by killer bees.
No, he didn't? I thought he did.
Killer bees?
Not killer.
Oh,
They
they weren't
definitely
killers.
weren't
Oh,
killers.
okay,
He
okay.
died,
Right.
but they didn't make them killers. I mean, they got to go through a trial and everything first. But I definitely don't think
They
that
love
was
to
Is
the
that the
Fit, it was a
sequel?
whole thing.
Bees on trial?
Bees on- It
If
was actually
the
a
stinger fits,
It was a My Girl 2, I think. I think they actually did a.
There
Did
was
they
a
do
My
a-
Girl, too.
There was a
There
My Girl
was?
2, yeah.
He's dead.
Is it
How
with
did he do
Anna
a Mi-
Chomsky or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Cool. She's awesome.
I
She was in
can't
West
be-
Wing.
I can't believe they did a second one.
They did a second one. I
He's
remember
dead.
that. I'm pretty sure I saw it. Well, he wasn't the biggest part of the movie. She was.
I
Like,
know,
remember,
but
he-
the idea was it was my girl because of the
There's
relationship.
a lot of other
between
stuff
the
going
two.
on in her life.
Oh,
I mean, she lives in a funeral home. A lot of stuff going on in her life
oh.
besides that little boy.
I'm guessing it didn't go over as well as the first one.
I'm guessing it did not as well.
people
Yeah.
are pointing out that his character was allergic to bees. That's why he died.
Well,
Still,
yes, that's why.
I'm not denying that. But
My-
still, a bee killed him, or bees.
the plot of My Girl 2,
Oh, here we go.
she must go to LA to stay with her Uncle Phil to do some Uncle Phil to do
R.I.P.
some research on her mother's life, but finds much more. There was
Okay.
Was it bees? Was that what she
How
found?
old is she?
I don't know.
Is she like a teenager going through that kind of junk?
yeah, like maybe early
okay.
12, 13.
That's a movie right there. The meanest people on the planet, teenage girls. Have you ever noticed that in movies? Every
I've
movie
seen
or
Mean
TV
Girls.
show, they make it is not just Mean Girls, and all those girls were like in their 30s, but it's not like Mean Girls, but I mean like just any show that features a teenage girl, they make her the most evil thing in the world.
About the only exception is Jamie Lee Curtis in the original Halloween, because she was the heroine.
She was the heroine. But you know what? She probably did something wrong to that guy, and that's why he came after her. I don't know. No.
Are you saying Michael is just an incel
Michael,
this whole time?
It was not his fault.
I mean, he was kind of an incel.
Kind
He
of.
was, yeah.
Stayed in that room and stared at the wall for 15 years.
That is incel
That
behavior.
is true. That's
Crazy.
And he did start off by killing his sister, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Oh, is that how it started?
oh yeah, and he
I'm-
comes with the mask. That's a great shot.
Yeah.
That is one of the best
One
shots
in
in movie
seemingly
history.
continuous shot
Yeah.
up the stairs.
And then the way
puts the
when he
mask
took the
on.
mask off and it flips to him. Oh, it's a kid.
Yeah,
It's a
I
really
do
good
remember
shot.
that now.
Yeah, really
It's been
good
a
shot.
while since I've seen it. but-
sister was naked.
Yes, she was. Yes. Well, that's the 70s and 80s, baby.
That's right.
That's pretty much what we did.
We didn't care.
70s and 80s. You were going to see some boobs. That's what was going to happen.
The world was better then.
World was all. Well,
In
I don't
a
know
lot
about
of
I'm
ways
that.
not
it was.
saying
Some
because
parts
of the boobs.
some parts of the world
In the
were better,
movie
yeah.
world, it
Boobs
was.
are almost illegal.
They're not in movies anymore. There,
That's
I
true.
said it.
I mean, they are. They are in movies.
Yeah, but you're not going to catch a pair of boobs in a PG movie like you could in the 80s.
That's true.
No.
PG-13, you might catch one.
There were no boobs in PG movies.
PG-13, when that came along,
Yeah.
you might have called a little side boob.
A little side boob. Yeah,
Little
but
side
you didn't.
boob,
You didn't
yeah.
have nudity in PG movies.
Yeah. Well, actually that's not true. So I watched I listened to this podcast called Things You Ought to Know or Should Know or
Okay.
something. And they were talking about how the movement from PG went to PG-13 and everything.
Mhm.
And before PG-13 came along, you did get stuff like that. A little bit of cursing and up to the point before it became R, because it was almost hard to get R. So there actually were,
I'm trying to think of a
they
PG
actually
movie
were,
that-
they went through a whole
Terrible
list of
time
it.
for pirates.
Yeah, they went through a whole list of this about how, and then all of a sudden they came up. There was one particular movie that forced the PG-13. It involved Steven Spielberg. Whatever it was, it involved Steven Spielberg,
it
and
was-
that's what created the PG-13.
It was
Raiders?
It was Raiders. It was the second Raiders.
Was it Raiders?
Temple of Doom?
Temple of Doom.
Okay,
Yeah.
but they
second
said
Raiders.
because of that, that's why they had a couple things in there. They were like, we want to make this R,
Well,
and he's like,
Yeah, because he pulls the heart out.
he's like, what about I don't know,
The worst
13?
Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah, it's the worst one.
What?
Thank you.
Well,
It's
no, it's not the worst one. Crystal Skull's worse.
Crystal
Yeah,
Skull
Crystal
is
Skull is-
better than Temple of Doom.
No,
I don't
disagree.
think so. I
Whoa.
disagree.
Yeah.
Disagree.
I have held that take for a
Disagree.
long time.
I disagree with that.
Disagree.
No.
I vividly remember a church youth group trip. We went to somewhere in Colorado to do some work, and they rented 16 candles
Ooh.
because they're like, "Oh, we know that movie. We love that movie. It's rated PG.
Yeah,
so it's
no,
fine."
yeah.
Couldn't happen any perfectly. Cut from one scene to the other,
Mhm.
and just girl in the shower,
Yep.
topless.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh my gosh!"
Yeah, pre-PG-13, they talked about there was a lot of cursing and a lot more nudity in movies.
Caller Brian says he believes the first PG-13 was Red Dawn.
It was.
Red Dawn was the first one?
Yeah.
That's not good.
And then he said Titanic had boobs, and that was PG-13.
Right, but
the
but,
drawing the boobs.
That was
But it-
artistic
Yeah,
boob, though.
too-
but it was Temple of Doom that made the movie industry
Because they're like, this movie sucks. It's the worst Indiana Jones
it wasn't
movie.
No, it was just so
You got to
violent.
bring in Sean Connery to make the third one even better.
It was just so violent.
Well,
They were
Sean
right.
Connery makes everything better, but the second one, I recently watched the second one.
I did
It's
too.
been
I
a while.
watched
It's-
all three with the boys.
It's not that
Yeah.
bad.
I
don't
recently
mind.
rewatched the second one too because the first time I saw it, I
Have
was,
you rewatched Crystal Skull?
yeah,
Why would you do something stupid like that?
I think Crystal Skull is better than Temple of Doom.
No.
Did you see the fifth one?
Not. I did.
Yeah, the fifth one's
We
not
saw it
that
in the
great.
theater. I didn't mind that one. I
It's
liked it
not
better
that
than
great,
Crystal
but it's
Skull.
not terrible.
I-
It's not as bad as Temple.
That's what I've heard. I haven't seen it.
They go in. They have a time machine.
Yeah, I didn't like the way it really ended. It got kind of weird, but
It
like
did,
Indiana
yeah.
Jones movies get
Then
goofy
it basically
anyway.
at the end it flips to where it kind of makes it a happy ending. Yeah.
What's always made me upset about the criticism of Crystal Skull that people had was people always referenced the fridge scene. Oh, a fridge and a nuclear blast. But then they ignore that in Temple of Doom, his heart got ripped out by a dude with his bare hands, or they survived the fall out of an airplane with an inflatable raft.
Yeah.
People just ignore that.
Yeah. I don't.
Now I know why you like Crystal Skull so much.
Because the nuke fridge thing is sick as hell.
Because the commies were the bad guys, not the Nazis.
Mm.
You're a big commies guy. So there you go.
I thought he was a Dolphins guy.
Same thing.
I do
Commies,
like
Dolphins.
the Commander's black uniforms, though. I think they're nice.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
Dart and stuff.
Like, you know what? Nebraska can go ahead and just ship theirs off to Washington, as far as I'm concerned.
Johnny Rogers came in today. He was in there, and he comes to me with the phone, and he goes, "Did you see this? They're switching to black uniforms." And I go, "That's just for one game." He's like, "Oh, they're getting rid of all the red." I'm like, "No, that's just one game, dude. I swear, one game. It's an alternate uniform." He goes, "Oh, okay." I thought they were going crazy.
You know what? That'd be awesome if Johnny said, "You know what? I'm denouncing.
I'm done with them.
I'm want
done
you
with them.
I'm not. I don't want you to retire my number anymore because of these
done with
offensive
them.
jerseys."
Done with the red, done with me.
Yeah.
I was like, "No, Johnny, it's just one game, just one alternate uniform. They do it every now and then."
And they never win. Or
Apparently,
rarely.
no, and it's my fault they don't win because I tweeted something. Apparently,
How dare you?
literally, I got a text from a buddy of mine who said, "Hey, do you know how many times they've won in these uniforms, or the basketball team has won in these uniforms?" I said, "I have no idea. I'm not a uniform guy. I will tweet it," and I tweeted it. And then people tell me to hate her. I'm like, "What? How? It's not even a hating
They
question."
haven't won
No,
much in
it's
the red
not.
uniforms either, or the white
Or
ones.
the white ones definitely a lot. They've lost a lot in the whites, the surrender whites or whatever they call them.
Well, we'll have the stats for you coming up
Ooh, okay. Many people
because I
waiting to
knew
hear
that
you
Michael would
freak
want to be
out.
all over this topic.
All over the uniform
because
topic.
he loves talking about uniforms.
That's me. I love uniforms. I tell
Love
people all the
fashion.
time, I have two things I never know. If you ask me what color was her hair or what uniforms were they wearing, I have no idea.
Which is why he showed up in the Scott Frost video in that half and half Saints jersey. He had no
I
idea.
had no
what he
idea
was wearing.
what day we were supposed to wear the black, what day we were supposed to wear the gold. I have no idea. I had no idea. I just don't. I don't even know. The only reason I know what colors the Saints wore in the Super Bowl is I have a poster or I have the newspaper in my basement. So I see it all the time. I think it was white over black, but I'm not quite sure. I think it was, but I'm not sure.
I think it was white over gold. Wasn't it white over
Was
gold?
I have, dude, I don't pay attention to uniforms.
I mean,
What the
this is
Rams
the-
wear
just
in their
don't.
Super Bowl appearances recently?
Oh,
Do you know?
I know them all. Yeah.
Okay.
They wore the road uniforms against Pittsburgh. They
And I don't know what that means. I don't even know what that means.
road uniform
I
is
don't
white
know-
over colored.
I have
pants.
no idea what that means. All I know is that in baseball, when we were growing up, they wore the stripes or they wore the solids. I didn't know when or why.
Well, they're
I
not-
didn't care.
Pool table.
They were stripes and solids. That's all I remember.
You don't know the
I
difference
have
between a
no.
home
I
uniform
don't
and a road
care.
uniform.
I don't know or care. I really don't know because everybody wears.
care.
The Saints wore 6 different uniforms last year.
Well, that's the
I
Saints'
have no
problem.
idea. Hey, that's not the only one. All
I
the teams
know.
do that, and they change their helmets and they wear the throwbacks. I don't care.
I like
all
the
I want to
Dolphins'
watch
black
is the
uniforms.
football, blocking and tackling. That's all. I don't care about all that other junk. Just don't care.
I wish
if
I
they-
was more like that.
I wonder if they. So what if they just wore all the same color? Everybody on the field just wore.
As long
everything-
as the officials
John Bishop doesn't see color.
and the broadcasters can call the names and the numbers, I don't care. That's all that matters to me. I hate when they can't.
There was a
find-
real problem
when
with
they-
that for
when they
about 4 or
can't
5
tell.
years.
Yeah,
When
it
they can't
was.
tell that. That's a bad thing for me. Other than that, I just don't care.
What I really want, I want every matchup to be color on color with their uniforms. I don't like white uniforms. They bug me.
Nick Grimm against the Whites.
Who's the team that last year had like was that Jaguars? Something called Arctic Blast or something? It was
That's
one
a
of those
Gatorade flavor.
It was a color rush game on a Thursday night, and they made a huge deal about the fact that they had on these. I swear they said like Arctic Whites or something.
That sounds like the Bills.
or that was Minnesota, wasn't it?
Maybe
Minnesota.
yeah.
Okay, I just know it was on a game.
Or is it
and
the
they-
Packers?
they
The
made a
Packers
big
had a
deal.
white uniform
They
like
did.
that, didn't they?
By
Again,
the way,
this is the example. There's uniforms. Everybody has all these different uniforms.
by the way, the Saints wore gold pants.
Gold pants.
in
Okay,
the Super
good.
Bowl.
Yeah, I have no idea.
They wore gold pants.
I've watched the game like 7 times, and I have no idea because I don't. That's not something that I get involved in. You know,
I don't care.
it's like when people
There's-
say to. It's like when people say to me,
Day late.
"Why?" And I go, because my grandmother told me to do it that way. I didn't ask no damn questions. We got hit. Y'all don't get hit. You can ask all these. We got hit when we ask questions. We got put out the house. We didn't do that. I just
You
did what
ask
she told me to
questions.
do.
Some of us got hit
Okay.
for misbehaving. Michael got
We
hit
got
for
hit for
asking
everything.
questions.
We got hit for everything. Like I sent my son to go get something the other day.
And you hit him.
And he came back and he couldn't find it. And I said exactly where it was. And he still couldn't find it. I said, listen, if that was my house growing up, there's no way I come back and say I couldn't find it. There's no way
I
in
can't
God's
come
green
back
earth that I
empty-handed.
come back. I would just stay there. I would stay there until she came looking for me. I would not go back because I knew what I was going to get by not being able to find what she told me to get.
Well, but don't you ask someone at the store?
I'm talking about the house, bro.
just the
I'm
house.
talking about,
I thought-
send
I thought it
her.
was at the horse.
No,
Oh,
I
okay.
would never send one of those kids to the store.
Okay,
Crazy.
I wasn't sure.
Neither one of those children are finding anything at the store.
Even though one of them
Never.
worked at a store.
Exactly. Still does. But I was sending something in the kitchen. I knew exactly
Oh, I
where
see.
it was.
Okay.
I told him where it was. He couldn't find it.
What is the most benign question you ever asked that you got hit for?
Good follow up.
Oh my! What are we having for dinner?
And you got hit for that?
Really?
Oh hell yeah!
Oh my
You'll eat
yeah.
whatever you
You
damn well
know
have
which
in front
pudding
of
you
you.
walk away
See,
pie.
Here's an example of Nebraska nice. Anytime I would ask my mom what was for dinner and she was annoyed by the question, she would just say bread and with it. And I'd be like, what?
Mm.
She'd say bread and with it. And then I'd just go off.
Yeah, they said wish pudding and walk away pie. That was the line they gave us when we said it. Or if you said,
Or you got smacked in the face.
the other one was don't ever say and never I think. Don't ever say that because only old people and damn fools think. I don't know what that means, but that's what they said, and you got hit for that.
What?
Oh my God, I got hit for everything. That's why that's why I made a good soldier. I just did what they told me to do. I was not asking any questions. I knew better than that. I dropped before they asked me to drop. I just do it. I don't mess around with all that.
This is
junk.
amazing. This is
Wow.
amazing.
Don't mess with all that stuff, man. We were indoctrinated into the life of you better not come in with no stupid questions.
So
Yeah, but what's for dinner's not a stupid
Yeah.
question.
Oh yeah, well, because none of your business. You're a child. It's none of your business.
It's none of your business what
None
your
of
parents are going to
it's
feed you.
None of your business what they're making for dinner. Listen,
He can't.
are
change it.
you working?
No.
Are you buying these groceries?
Mhm.
No, go to hell in the other room.
what
You'll
if
eat
you're
what you
just
have.
curious? You're not going to
Yeah,
complain
there
about
was-
it. You're
there was
just
no-
like, hey,
no
what's for
You
dinner?
know how it killed the cat? It killed the kid in my family.
I'm sorry to hear about your sibling.
I didn't mind it. It was okay. But anyway, that's the way we brought. That's the way
This
we were
is
brought up.
great.
I think hey, I'm not the only one. I've talked to a lot of people who grew up in the South.
This makes me
similar
really
situations
sad to hear.
as me that had the same exact experiences.
My mom used to like to tell stories about how Nanny, her mom,
Mhm.
she grew up in Pensacola, used to make her go pick out her own Switch.
Oh yeah, we did. That's
Yeah.
and then if it
yeah.
wasn't good enough, she'd spank her with that and then make her
Maybe
go
get
get
another
another
one,
one.
yeah.
Oh, hell, that was Adrian Peterson
Yeah.
a few years ago.
if you came back with a Switch that had too many leaves on it, it was on.
Don't try to be smart about
Don't
it.
be trying to get in some cushion or something. Don't do that.
Yeah, mom used to like to use her stories of getting hit with switches to try to encourage me to listen when I was a kid.
I understand.
She's like, I won't do it, but this is what would
Yeah,
happen to me.
Yeah. But our kids know that we're not gonna hit them anymore. They know.
Oh, yeah.
They know. We're not
Probably
gonna hit
end
them
up
anymore.
in
They know.
Probably end up in jail. for doing that.
CPS or something like that. They know. They're not afraid anymore.
Go to school the next day. Tell somebody what happened.
Exactly.
Boom, it's over.
Exactly.
Mm,
God forbid they have a mark.
Oh, I still remember the threat of the principal spanking you in school.
Oh yeah.
Now, this was
I was
like when I
Catholic
was
school.
in kindergarten, first grade, but I do remember, oh, you're going to get sent to Mr. Christensen's office and he's got the paddle.
Yeah.
And it was like a fear.
Yeah. Every teacher could hit us, not just the principal.
It was only the principal in our school.
All the nuns could hit you. And
Well,
then we get to high school, Mr. Lavin, who played football in the NFL. Mr. Lavin, actually, he was the one that disciplined you. He was the head of discipline. At St. Aug, which is the all-black high school in New Orleans, they actually had paddles, and you made you sign the paddles after you got hit.
Oh,
After you got, I think they
That's
called
fun.
it busted. After you got busted, they made you sign the paddle.
it's a nice little
Yeah.
memento.
Yeah, you feel better about it now? Sign the damn paddle.
Do they have
That's
that frame
incredible.
somewhere like, oh my God,
Oh, yeah,
Michael
they do.
Severe, I know him.
No, I had to go to St. Aug, but yeah, they kept the paddles. Yeah, that was.
And so they never reused a paddle on another kid.
No. Until the paddle got filled.
Oh, I
and
see.
then they would use a new paddle. And then
Okay.
you'd sign that paddle till they got full. Yeah. This is the story I was told by my cousin who went to St. Aug. I didn't go to St. Aug. I believe him because he was bad. He got in trouble a lot. So I'm sure.
How many
I'm
times?
sure he
Did they
got
make
beat.
you sign the paddle multiple times, or did
Oh yeah,
was
yeah.
it like
every
you
time
sign it
got
once?
hit,
and then
every
you're
time you
dead?
got hit, you signed the paddle.
Oh, fun.
That was part of it.
See, I know it sounds like that's meant to be a shame thing, but that just sounds like a fun leaderboard opportunity.
yeah.
you
Yeah.
know? How many
Most-
times can I get my name on there?
Most worthless spanking ever received. Okay, I still say this is the most worthless spanking. Worthless spanking. Made no sense. So you're supposed to put the forks and spoons and knives down in the dishwasher, not up.
Really?
Yeah, because you're not supposed to grab the part that just got cleaned with your hands.
Right. But,
So
okay, but this is right back before they had the. Okay,
this is how I was
go ahead.
told, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I did it. I made the mistake of having it the wrong way.
Mhm.
That's the most worthless beating I ever got. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about that.
See, we've had this conversation before how you put your dishes in the dishwasher. Now that you have the flip top deal, I always put them up. I think they
You
get
still got to take them out.
you do, but when you take them out, like I take out the whole tray and I
Yeah.
set it on the counter.
Yeah, me too.
And then
Yeah.
there's like a hood, like a flip up,
Yeah.
where you can, so you're not grabbing.
See,
you're
mine
not
come out the
grabbing-
top. There's a hood. The hood goes over the top of them. You open the hood, you still have them pointing out. You still got to grab them by the
See,
Yeah,
the
but see, the
fork.
hood exposes the handle, and you can.
Oh, okay. I don't have that kind.
My
of
whole thing about this argument is I'm not getting my dirty dishes out of the dishwasher with dirty ass hands, so it's fine.
Well, every time your hands are always dirty.
Yeah.
I wash my hands a lot.
Unless
That's why you
got
gotta
to
wash your hands.
Like currently, right now, your hands are dirty. You're touching a board that has as many germs on it as
I've been
anything.
touching
you
Yeah,
can
that
but
all
I'm not
day.
gonna go unload the
I'm not
dishwasher
saying
right
you
after
will. I'm not
doing
saying if you
touching
wash
this.
your hands before you go on the dishwasher, that's great. I was an 11-year-old kid. I probably wasn't doing that. And so, after that, though, I didn't ever
I was the dishwasher
put them in
growing
going
up.
the wrong way.
Mm.
Yeah. So, you know what? I never did stuff twice. One time.
Okay.
One time, and that was good. And that was it.
because you got beaten
Or yelled at or
yelled at.
something. Disciplined in some way.
Wow.
That's pretty much
Fear
what
is a great motivator.
I think it is.
It
My
can
wife
be.
doesn't agree.
It can be. Listen, I can only remember one time in my life being spanked, but it was the threat of ever it happening again
Mhm.
kept me on the straight and narrow ish.
I got kicked out of school when I was in 8th grade. I was sitting in the classroom, minding my own business, and I got hit with a spitball.
Ooh.
I turned and saw the person putting away the pin, and I fired an eraser at them. And Sister George saw me do it.
So it's always a retaliation.
I got sent down to the office. They sent me home.
See, you
My
needed.
sister had to come get me. It was the day of the Motown 20th anniversary.
Not the Motown.
So I couldn't
How
watch.
you remember
This
that?
was a big thing in our house.
That's
it was huge.
incredible.
Michael Jackson performed with the Jackson 5. It was big, and I couldn't watch it. I had to go sit in another room
Oh,
and just hear it because I got in trouble.
have you seen it since?
Yes, it was.
I
big.
didn't know.
We had a VCR. They taped
Oh,
it. I watched it later.
Okay,
Yeah,
I was
I've
going to
seen
say
it.
we should
I've
find
seen
it on YouTube.
I've
And you
seen
can
it.
watch
I've
it
seen it a
today.
few times. I actually just watched the Michael Jackson part of it a couple days ago. It was on one of the reels. Yeah.
You needed Tom Osborne then, because Tom Osborne said, "Don't retaliate. You're going to do something."
I know I shouldn't have. I know I should. But
And
it's
that's
one of
why they won the
it's
Orange
an
Bowl.
instinctual thing. you
Oh,
know?
I know.
It's an instinctual thing. So actually, disappointment, going back to Tom Osborne, disappointment more motivational than fear. That's why he thought. He's like, if you disappoint, I'm disappointed in you,
Mm-hmm.
is worse than anything else. That's what players will say and stuff. So
Sure.
I don't like disappointing people.
yeah, especially somebody you respect. You don't want to let them down,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
And so you do stuff so you don't let them down. You go to class, you don't miss curfew, you do whatever because you don't want to let them down.
Well, Nick, I'm sorry. You've already failed. You disappointed me in saying that Crystal Skull is better than Temple of Doom.
Many
So,
times over, you've been disappointing today.
I'm sorry. It's not going to work.
Well, what's on the show today?
I don't know.
He doesn't know. He's just here.
I
We
love
have
it.
we have a special announcement today.
That's right.
we have a
do.
special announcement today. We got Clemson in 25 teams.
Oh, sweet. I just did my research on them.
Oh, that's
And
convenient.
it's going to
I
be
just did
perfect.
it. I just
We're going
did
to talk Clemson. Jack Mitchell's going to join us.
Do you know, and I'm not joking about this, 1 out of every 4 teams in the Power 4 has a Purdue transfer on it. That number's a stretch, but it's close. Because I go through all these teams and I'm like, oh, there's another Purdue transfer. There's another Purdue transfer. There's another. I mean, swear to God, it felt like every 4 teams I went
You
through.
know, come to think of it, of course, today Clemson's got a Purdue transfer. And I
Yes.
think we've done at least 2
There's a
other
lot.
teams
There's
in
a
our
lot.
25 teams that have a Purdue transfer.
I was just doing the ACC, and in the ACC, out of the first 5 teams I did, 3 had Purdue transfers.
I think UCLA has one. It was either UCLA or USC. this
USC has
week.
one on the offensive line, don't
That's
they?
right.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, this team won like 2 games, and you're taking
Everybody wants
players
to play.
off of their team. Like,
You gotta
you don't
go
think
get
they
that
were the
guy.
reason why? Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot.
I'm going to look this up. I want to see how many different teams. Now, these are all the players that went to Purdue. I need the other way around.
Yeah, the other way around. It's on 24/7. They do it that way.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Outgoing transfers, 56.
Yeah, and they're everywhere on really good teams, on Power 4 teams.
All right, let's see if we can count all the different teams. Ready? Here we go.
Whoa.
Cal,
ACC.
Liberty.
Not Power 4. Yeah,
I'm just
Yeah, I know, I
you
know,
wanna just go Power 4.
yeah, that's all I've been doing.
All right, Cal,
Mhm.
North Carolina,
Okay.
Minnesota,
Yeah.
Minnesota again,
Yes.
Baylor.
Baylor. Yeah.
Is that the Red Hawk? No, that's not it.
Remember Ohio Red
Temple. Mississippi State,
Yep. They got like 2.
Iowa,
Yep.
Louisville.
Yep.
Louisville again. That looks like Missouri. Missouri logo.
Definitely has one.
Missouri.
I did the Big 12.
Southern Cal.
SEC. I mean.
SMU.
Yep.
Arizona State,
I just did SMU today. I know they have one.
Oklahoma State, another SMU,
Yeah.
Virginia,
Yep.
North Carolina State, Illinois,
Mhm.
Ohio State. I have no idea what logo that is. Western Michigan, but that doesn't count as power. Texas Tech.
Yep.
Clemson,
Mm-hmm.
Kansas State, Nebraska,
Yes.
Oregon, Texas, Northwestern, Maryland, and that's it in the Power Five.
That's all.
How many did we get?
24.
You went to his toes.
24 different schools.
Yeah.
There are 56 overall, 24 to power schools.
Yeah, it was
24
crazy.
different power
Every
schools.
time I went, I was like, "Here's another Purdue guy." And I thought to myself, well, "Was this Purdue guy good?" And then I go back and I'm like, "Well, no, he wasn't even good." Okay, that's fine.
We're going to end up having, there used to be a stat in baseball where if you had too many ex-Cubs, you never won the World Series. It was called the ex-Cub factor.
The ex-Cub
We may
factor.
have to find out if there's an ex-Purdue factor.
We are later. We're doing a thing about each stat for each team. You know.
Yes,
And-
Michael's
And this
10
is,
fun facts.
this is
Big
this
10
is
fun facts.
a random thing. So one of the funniest things I saw was one of the teams, based off of their preseason depth chart, will have 18 transfers in their starting 22.
Whew.
I don't remember who it was.
Whew.
I remember they weren't good, but they had 18. They had all 11
Yeah,
of their defense
we're
are
transfers.
transfers based off of the preseason depth chart. And 7 or 8 of the offensive ones were. It's just crazy to think about. Like that kind of rebuilding.
Is that not Colorado?
What, you know what? Colorado's not even, they were
North Carolina would
Yeah.
lead the country.
There's North Carolina, but there's also a bunch, like LSU has a ton.
Yeah.
I mean, some good teams have a ton, more than you would think a good team would have. But yeah, it's just one of those weird, is it? No, it's not. It's not Rutgers because they have a bunch coming back.
I'm just using the Our Lads depth chart.
Yeah.
And let's see. Colorado, according to Our Lads.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Purdue.
Ooh.
Of course it's
Oh,
Purdue.
Purdue.
Well, sure,
It's
that
Purdue.
makes sense.
18 portal players on their first team, 8 on offense, 11 on defense.
If you believe the Our Lads depth chart,
Mhm.
you will have on Colorado, you will have 7 new transfers as starting offensive players
Mhm.
with 6 on the second team. And on defense, you will only have 4
Only
transfer
4.
starters, but 5 on the second team.
That defense actually in the second half of games last year wasn't that bad at times.
And North Carolina,
North Carolina,
just for comparison's sake,
raise up.
4 starting offense, 7 second team offense, 9 starting defense,
Hmm.
with 5 second team defense.
Restarting. Yep.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
And there you go. Well,
Poor era.
congrats on making it through another day.
Thank you.
did
Congrats
it.
on your big announcement. I look forward to the reaction.
It's going to be a surprise to all of you.
What are you what else you doing today? Because I mean, you haven't done much so far. So what else you got left today?
Production
Production. Got some
work
production
to do.
Yeah.
Got to get ready for football season.
Yes. That's very
We
coming
have-
up quick, baby.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
got a lot of pieces of imaging we need for that.
Okay.
Let's see. Got to get the logs ready for the weekend. Make sure all the stations stay on the air.
Okay. What time you leaving?
Hopefully 4.
4's not bad.
What time did you get here?
8:45.
Nah, that's not bad. Okay.
Yeah.
But you know what? When you do a show, though, it feels like twice as much
Mhm.
time.
It does.
I don't take a
Right.
lunch.
I'm not accusing you of taking advantage of the company in any way, Josh. Trust me, I'm not.
Actually, the other way around.
Yes, I'm definitely thinking that way. I'm like, do you get paid by the hour or the job? Could you imagine being in say you're in the Trump administration? They have people that have like 6 jobs.
Mhm.
Like, imagine if you got paid the salary of like Marco Rubio, I think has 4 jobs at this point.
So you got a full salary for each different job.
Yeah,
Oh,
imagine
yeah.
how much money he'd be making.
That'd be great.
How much if you were?
I would
You
like
wouldn't
that.
mind that, would you?
Yeah.
Because today you would get host,
Yep.
producer,
Host, yep.
and director of audio.
That's
yes.
right.
Yes. And you're doing production too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of jobs.
4 different jobs.
He's like he's Jamaican up in here,
Drag a broom around with me too. I can be the janitor.
just sweeping stuff up.
Yeah.
Well, that's a crossover.
Yeah.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. It's a 1 beer Friday. We're going to let Josh go off and do at least 2 or 3 of his other jobs.
Woo.
Michael Severe is here, and we're going to have some fun today on this Friday on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
The Zone Hotline is powered by Prairie Flower Casino. Play longer, win more.
Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store.
Yeah, I'm like, here's another Purdue guy. Here's another Purdue guy. And it's teams that have major needs, some of them on the offensive line. And I'm like, you just went and got an offensive lineman from Purdue. They can't be good. I just don't know how that'd be possible.
First of all, they probably weren't that highly recruited or highly ranked when they were recruited. And secondly, they were at Purdue.
Yeah. And it was more than 5 of them. There's more than 5. There's easily.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Is your mic muted now? Apparently your mic was hot.
Yeah, I muted it.
Oh, it is?
But
I muted his
when I
mic.
listen on YouTube, I hear you guys talking a lot of times.
Really?
I'll text Josh and go, I can hear you guys talking on YouTube.
How is that
That
possible?
happens all the time.
All the time?
I listen to
Another
a lot
thing
of
you failed us
Unsportsmanlike
on.
conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I don't know. The chat's really good about being very annoying about hot mics every time they happen, even when it's a bit and it's supposed to happen.
I hope that Purdue wasn't listening.
Yeah, Purdue's so mad right now. Purdue.
Purdue
But in all
Pete's gonna show up
fairness,
at your house.
I like that kid,
In all
though.
fairness, with all these Purdue transfers, how can they? How they can't have that many good players? Otherwise, they might have been good last year.
That makes sense. That makes a
I
ton.
mean, they
that's
are
my
dog
point.
crap. They are one of the worst Power 4 teams in the nation.
Exactly.
But yet
But-
they had 50 some odd players just say, I think the grass is greener on the other side. When in the case of Purdue, it usually is.
And it probably is, but the question you have to ask, if you're that grass, do I want them mowing it?
Do I want them
I
on my
don't
grass?
think I do.
Get off my lawn, some might say.
Exactly.
Well, this might be a perfect get off my lawn kind of day because, well, the old guys are here.
Oh, guys.
The old guys are here.
Old guys. I was thinking about this today, matter of fact. You get up and you've got these weird sores and something's hurting you or something.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you said sores. I think you said sores.
Like even a weird sore. Like I had one on like my lower back. Like I don't even like I burned myself, but I have no idea what happened.
So it feels like it's burned.
It felt like it was burned, right? But anyway, you
Maybe
get all
got
that.
stung by a wasp.
That's truly possible. But then I thought when I was looking at that list of the AP players, the 100, I was like, I've seen a lot of these players play. If I wasn't as old as I was, I wouldn't have seen them play. So I was like, it's worth it.
It is.
It's worth it.
It is. I say that our generation probably has seen all the best of what has happened.
Seen the best of a lot of things.
We've
There's
seen the
no doubt.
best of a ton of things.
Yep. We're lucky.
I say Generation X is the best generation of being a Husker fan. We grew up with winning, and now we get to experience the crap, and then the resurrection.
Think about it.
Potentially.
I was born in '69.
Nice.
Truly the last year of, we're not good. Boom, let's go. Right?
Yep.
Rest of my life until
1969, the 9-win per season streak began.
Yep. So, blame me. And then I moved here in 2002. I'm just saying.
Well, today, the Grum Down is presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. And I don't care what you say, it's still not one of our colors. But they're going to wear them anyway.
It's on the PDF, John.
It's on every PDF. Every PDF has had black ink. Jack Mitchell will join us.
All right.
Top of the hour. Holgo the Oko spoke today. He says he's seeing throws he's never seen before.
What does that even mean? When he said, I was like, is he throwing it backwards?
Well, they're going to get real globetrotter about it.
Bouncing it? Is he what is those banana people?
I mean,
is he a banana people?
The punter is.
Maybe he's Sonny Jurgensen. You know how he used to throw the ball behind his back?
Yeah.
Tight spiral,
Tight
20
spiral
yards
behind
down
his
the
back,
field.
You're about to see a bunch of under the leg passes.
I just don't know what it means. I mean, you've seen every single route thrown you've ever seen. You've seen some really great quarterbacks. You coached them. I know. I've seen them. What do you mean by
Are
that?
you saying he might be guilty of just a wee bit of hype?
I've seen
There's a
throws
little-
I've never
little
seen
bit of
before. These are the
hyperbole,
best
yeah. A wee bit
throws.
of hype.
Nobody's seen throws
Nobody's
like
ever
these
seen
throws before.
Yeah.
Speaking of Rayola's, Dayton opened the high school season.
Yes, people were very excited about watching that last night.
Yeah, a lot of people did. 25 teams and 25 grums. We're going to talk to Don Munson, the voice of the Clemson Tigers.
Who will
Don's
be
awesome.
joining us from the beach.
Don is awesome.
I sent him a text today, and I'm like, hey, are you going to be on the video or over the phone? And he just sent me a picture of his feet on the beach.
That's fantastic.
Don and the Zadecki guy, whatever the guy's name is from Miami. Those two, Joe
Zagacki.
Zagecki. Those two guys, they are very interesting fellas.
They are.
Those are two of my favorites.
Yeah.
In terms of getting them on the radio.
Kent's Movie Club is back with the movie Unbroken.
A movie I picked exclusively to cater to you two.
Well, I have not seen it in a while, and I meant to watch it. In the last 3 days, I've been doing budgets, which let me tell you
That's
something.
important.
It's not great.
A lot of numbers.
A lot of numbers, a lot of things. Don't like this way, whatever. And so I didn't rewatch it. I remember most of it.
That'll
I'm
be
pretty
all
sure.
right. It'll be all right.
I didn't. It wasn't long ago when I saw it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Michigan gets got.
Not really.
Eh.
Not really.
Michael's got
takes.
some Big Ten fabulous facts.
And some about Cincinnati too, just to put the next game for Nebraska on there.
Nice. Have we been giving too much credit to the 85 Bears?
Week schedule, right?
Come to think of it, it wasn't a
It
great
wasn't
schedule.
a great schedule. Even the teams they played in the playoffs weren't that good.
Yeah,
Patriots were Patriots were one of the worst Super Bowl teams ever.
that Rams team wasn't great. It had
No.
Dieter Brock.
Yeah, I know. I've made this argument for 20 years. 20 years. I'm like, that schedule was that great.
I mean, they played Dallas when Dallas was starting.
Best teams they
go
played
down
beat
the hill.
them. Miami
Yeah.
beat them.
That is true.
Yeah.
And
sorry,
we have a
Bears.
special announcement about football season coming up today here on the program.
Let's go.
402-951-1620.
Let's go.
That's the hotline presented by the Prairie Flower Casino. You know, kids, you can go and register right now, 1620thezone.com. Prairie Flower Casino gives away at least $100 gift certificate every week. Every week.
Every week. I've never been there.
I have not either, but I need to
It
go.
is awesome.
Where is it located?
It's Carter Lake.
Well, I know that. but
Yeah.
What street?
When
where?
you turn on the street that's got the Casey's on it.
So, like, I'm going to the airport.
You're going to the
Yeah.
airport.
I hang a left. I
You
hang
hang
a
a-
Louis.
You hang a Louis.
Okay.
Yeah, don't go right. You'll be in the park,
Okay.
long-term parking.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And
go
then
left.
It's down on the right-hand side, left-hand side.
It's on the left-hand
The
side.
farthest I've gone in years on that street is the Casey's.
That's exactly.
It's on the
that's-
left-hand side.
Left-hand
They're-
side. Okay. I've
the-
not been there yet.
The Sky Bar and Grill, that
Really?
restaurant they have in there.
Yeah.
Michael.
Do they have a breakfast buffet?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because we went in
Someone
the
asked me
afternoon. We
that,
went in the afternoon. We were
Afternoon, okay.
there for
We'll
the
have
show.
to check on that.
To check on it.
We'll have to check on that.
Incredible food, though.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, you can tweet at us at USC1620. We do have a typical Bob Bishop poll question. Today's poll question involves the black uniform.
Of course, I'm going to get blamed for this, right? Sure.
The black uniform.
Me hating on the team again. That's me right here.
The options are, do you like that Nebraska is wearing all black uniforms for the USC game? The options are not one of our colors, yes, or do it for a different game.
How come there's no,
Well, that's
I don't care. How come
it's
that
kind
isn't
of
on there?
annoying that is ever an option, because if you don't, you just don't vote. Right?
But the other answers don't.
I mean, when you go to the polls, if you don't care about who's running in the election,
You can write in.
you can write in.
You can
but
write in
do you
somebody.
write in, I don't give a
No, I could write in. My answer would be, it doesn't matter. That would be my answer.
Well, it
I was
doesn't
going to write
matter.
in, it don't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter to
but-
me. It don't matter to the game. Although I will tell you something. If you look good, you play good.
Well, then Nebraska.
It's true. If you look good, you play good.
Maybe that's something.
The reason why Jerry Rice was a great wide receiver, not because he had great hands, not because he ran great routes. You ever see how that dude's towel was perfect every single time? Socks, perfect. Gloves, wristbands.
You get the feeling that he was like Walter White was with cutting the crust off his bread. You know how you cut his crust off and he'd make sure everything was symmetrical?
And he
You
took
get
he built the year with the bacon.
Yes.
Yes.
But you get the feeling Jerry Rice was the same way with
Jerry
his
was
towel.
incredibly anal. Incredible.
I mean, you
anal.
watch some of those games, some of those, like when they played Dallas in the championship game, the field was all muddy and crap. He was probably the only one that didn't have
His
a dirty jersey.
shirt never came. His
Yes.
jersey never came out of his pants. Nothing. Belt was always perfect.
It's incredible.
You look good. You play good.
But that's our poll question. Go vote right now. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Or if you want to email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com. That is the Equitable Bank inbox. And Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. So we might be able to put an end to the Michigan Spygate saga. Might, because we don't know. Michigan might try to appeal. But the penalties.
No way. Why? Why appeal?
Because they're Michigan. That's why.
But the chance with the appeal is maybe they make it worse. You've gotten off. Everything they said you did.
Yes.
Everything they said
Yeah.
you did. Yet they're not punishing you like teams in the past who did what you did have been punished.
What bothers me about how they decided to do this is like if Stibbs murdered somebody, but I'm getting blamed for the murder.
No. First of all, coaches are still on the team.
Mm-hmm.
There are players that were still on the team. I don't have a problem with not punishing the people who are there now. I say take the wins away, take the championship away.
Why don't we give
Take the championship
That's
away.
just a token gesture.
You
though.
call it token. I would love that token. That would be a token I would approve of.
Why don't they also just fine Harbaugh an insane amount of money? He's not
'Cause
going
they
to come
can't.
back.
I don't think they
Because they
can.
can't.
I don't think they can.
He's not.
Why?
He's not
He's not
employed
an
there
employee
anymore.
there. He's not a member of the NCAA. I don't.
But he was there when it happened.
He was there when it happened, but you can't fine him.
Maybe you could sue him, like the University of Michigan, because he didn't do what he was supposed to do and got them in trouble. Maybe you can sue him for some of that money.
Probably,
That's a
and they're
possibility.
not going to do that.
They're not going to do that. No. And what is $20 million to a team to a school that's got like an $8 billion or $1 trillion endowment or whatever they have? It doesn't hurt them at all.
So the $20 million fine, it's essentially a fine equivalent. It's a confusing formula, but it basically equates to $20 million. 4 years of probation, which doesn't really mean a whole lot. They've added another game of suspension to Sharon Moore. Remember, he is taking off 3 games, 3 and 4.
Yep.
which includes Nebraska. He will also be suspended for the first game of 2026.
Let me read this. As a general matter, head coaches are responsible for the culture and conduct of their program.
Mm-hmm.
A key component of that culture is compliance, which is a shared responsibility. Harbaugh did not embrace that responsibility. Harbaugh and his program had a contentious relationship with Michigan's compliance office, leading coaches and staff members to act at times with disregard for the rules. Compliance efforts were a one-way street. For the scouting violations that occurred during 2021 and 2022, Harbaugh failed to demonstrate that he adequately promoted compliance and monitoring his programs. Harbaugh is also automatically responsible for the scouting and recruiting violations that occurred after January 1st, 2023. This violation is level 1. That is everything we talk about when we say lack of institutional control. The guy in charge decided, I'm not following the rules. I'm doing whatever I want. I'm not even listening to my school. And you're not going to punish them more than that? It's ridiculous. USC got worse for what? What did USC get for? Somebody paying the apartment of Reggie Bush? Ohio State got worse. What did they get for selling some pants or jerseys?
Sure.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's because a lot of these got appealed, or society has just decided, it doesn't matter.
But the cheating part is not. It's not the money aspect. It's not selling merchandise, the NIL. This is completely different. This is breaking one of the true morals of anything.
I agree.
By simply cheating.
I agree. But the NCAA has no more teeth.
Read his report. Read the report. His report. He just openly and the Sharon Moore deleting all the emails right before they're getting ready to announce that they're getting in trouble. I mean, that's willful and compliant cheating.
Absolutely.
And the cover-up. That's conspiracy.
Absolutely.
What are you doing? Makes no sense.
Here's a paragraph from the report. In addition to using a widely accepted and permissible methods to decipher signals, counter stallions, planned and implemented a scheme to obtain direct footage of future opponents' signal callers. Across 3 seasons, Stallions use a network of individuals to scout 13 future opponents, a total of 56 times across 52 separate contests. Those individuals included Stallions' acquaintances, another Michigan football staff member, current and former interns and their friends, and football student athletes and their friends. The network of individuals engaging in what Stallions described as counterintelligence was referred to as the KGB.
I know, yeah.
Incredible.
It goes on, he admitted, I purchased the tickets, blah, 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 blah.
He admitted.
Purchased the tickets, was on the sideline of that game.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't him.
That's the other part is, where is Central Michigan's punishment in this? They allowed him on the sideline.
No idea.
They should be culpable for something. They allowed him on the sideline. Someone on that staff knowingly put him on that sideline.
If not the staff, somebody who's giving out passes.
Right.
Whoever that was.
But that's a member of the football program.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a member of the football program.
It's going to bug me forever that Harbaugh basically gets off scot-free because he just went to the NFL.
And
there has to be some kind of justice there.
And he wins a title.
He wins a title.
And he wins a title. On top of it all, he wins a title. So he basically says, what about the kids out there, huh? You're showing them that cheating is profitable?
Sure.
You're showing them that cheating you can win? What about the kids, John? What are we showing them? What are we telling them?
Oh, but what we're showing him is everyone else is doing it too. We just got caught. And you're just picking
on us.
I'm not
sure anybody was intricate.
Of course they weren't. But that's the Michigan way. That's how Michigan has described all of this.
If it wasn't dirty and irresponsible and so Michigan-like, I'd be like, that's pretty cool. Good job. Wow. You guys are amazing.
So there you go. Maybe this is the end of it. But yeah, they're not going to vacate any victories. There's no postseason ban.
There's not enough closure for me.
And I know I'm with you. There's not enough closure.
But honestly, this is the most they're going to get.
Can we get an asterisk?
Now, that's what I want.
Can we get an asterisk?
I want them to wear a scarlet letter.
Yes.
I want them to wear an asterisk on their helmets, those famed winged helmets. Yeah. Put an asterisk right where the N usually is on Nebraska's logo. Just boom.
2023, giant asterisk.
Hell, it doesn't even need to be the number. Just an asterisk.
In everything. Like everything that happens.
Because everyone will know what that means.
At their stadium where they have those pillars that have the national championships on it, big asterisks on everything. T-shirts, every T-shirt made, asterisks on it.
I think every school in the Big Ten should just make an effort to bully the program, not the players, just the program.
How do we do that?
Yeah, how would they how would they bully?
The program?
No, call them a bunch, just annoy them, throw water balloons full of pee at them.
Okay, we're not Colorado here. We're not using urine bombs.
Why not?
I definitely don't want to be involved with urine bombs.
Yeah,
like I know desire
gross.
for that. That's gross.
That's gross. We don't need.
Well, if you put the word bomb behind it, it sounds worse.
I think it sounds worse when you put the word urine.
Say
behind
pee
it.
balloon.
Pee balloon. That is weird.
All right, so coming up, Jack Mitchell join us at some point at the top of the hour. He's getting away from an appointment, so he's not in the stream today. Nick, he's calling us on the phone, or we're calling him. But coming up next, yes, we're going to break down the curse of the alternate uniforms because Nebraska.
You're gonna get in trouble for putting this out. You're gonna
get in trouble. I got people saying I'm
gonna yell at you.
Get off my lawn.
People are gonna be yelling
about it.
They're gonna be yelling at you for
I
this.
don't care. I'm like Matt Rule. I don't care anymore. You go ahead and yell at me. I'll come up with all the dumb ideas in the world. I don't care. I'll just say it.
Do whatever I want.
1620 The Zone.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible
Don't forget, you can register to win Blur Parties passes to the Cincinnati tailgate. That's where we're going to be broadcasting from for the Grum on August the 28th, a week from yesterday, or 2 weeks from yesterday, the opening game. If you want to get your passes and come join us at the Blur Parties tailgate, they do a first-class job, home and road. You can visit 1620thezone.com and have your chance to win. Well, earlier today, Nick, bring it up, the video. Here it was. This is the unveiling.
If you're going to order, welcome aboard. Glad to have you here. Kidneys are all the way over.
Heading to a hospital. Any
cornfields.
No,
He's a little bit. Oh, the truck's pretty. I know they are. He's bigger than a dog. Yeah, they get in. I'm sure. Driving a long ways. Oh, here we go. We finally arrived at our destination.
I wanted to see that one that was kind of broken down, the other truck.
It's out of the truck here. Uh-oh. I'm in this dust. Getting dark, and now we're walking through the cornfields. Oh, here comes the flashlight. And just when you thought it was Ray Liotta, instead,
Dylan right over.
It's Dylan. And there they are.
So they did a leak. Was that last week or something?
Well,
and they had the red accents.
I didn't see that one.
So there was
the
a
one
leak.
leak I saw was someone had posted it from the Shields
On the 3rd.
online site.
On the 3rd, there was a leak of
And-
what
but
they
it-
said was going to be, and they said it was actually in the locker room at Nebraska. That's what they claimed.
Interesting.
And it had red accents.
Right. This one does not.
This does not have any of that. Okay.
Yeah. This is, just think of it as all of the red has been replaced by black, except the pants. I mean, it's black from head to toe.
Black.
Numbers are white.
Black.
The
Except for
helmets
the
are white.
White helmets. I like that.
With the black N. And there you go. Black apparently is one of our colors.
Well, what are Oregon's colors?
Oregon's got many
What
colors.
are Baylor's colors?
Baylor's got many colors.
A lot of colors. The only team that don't play this is Penn State.
I know. I'm the one that gets accused all the time. Black isn't one of our colors, blah, blah, blah.
And USC.
I get it. Because we've got a Ritalin-infested society. We have attention deficit disorder. We got to change things for change's sake. They're going to do this, and that's fine. My only problem, really, is that they're doing it for the USC game. Why use a gimmick for the USC game? You got two classic programs. Nebraska's red and white. The what is the official color of USC? Is it scarlet? It's not scarlet.
It's not scarlet. It's not scarlet.
It's
maroon.
It's like a maroon, and,
right?
maroon and gold and
Yeah.
white. You have those two classic teams facing each off, and Nebraska's going to a gimmick. I mean, use this for Northwestern, or use this for
non-conference game. That's what
Or
most
non-conference
people,
game.
most people would probably
hell,
prefer.
yeah,
it.
break it out for Houston Christian for all I care.
The one I did like that I always go back to was 2009, the throwbacks from like 1962 or something.
Yes,
right.
to celebrate the sellout, the
And it
300
looks
sellout.
awesome because it was Sue and Roy Jr.
Mm-hmm.
who had it on, and I thought, oh, those are really cool.
Yes,
that's the only one I ever think about because I thought it was really cool. Anyway, that was for Louisiana Tech or Southwest Louisiana.
Yeah.
Or so. It wasn't a big game.
Yeah,
that's what it should be for. Just do it that way. I don't think that'll bother because you probably won't lose. Well, they did lose to Georgia Southern, I believe I read today.
Yes.
In that thing that you got, I think I read that.
Well, here it is. So this was Dylan Jurgens did a blog. This was last spring. So this is before the 2024 season. But he looked back at the history of Nebraska wearing either all white uniforms, the surrender whites as we've known to call them, or any kind of alternate uniform. And this is going back to 1966. And what he found, the surrender whites, which, by the way, his research didn't include last year's Indiana game.
Okay, yeah.
But mine does. Nebraska is 5-15. 5-15 when wearing the surrender whites. They their last win was over Minnesota in 2015.
Oh, I remember that game.
2015.
Yeah.
They won that game. Let's see. They also won the Northwestern game in 2014, the Fresno State game in 2014, the one that Sam McEwen continues to remember as being maliciously hot. That was out at Fresno.
Fresno's always like that.
The Texas A&M game, the David Horn blows like a bugle across the state of Texas, scored 4 touchdowns.
Oh, yeah.
The comeback, they won that one, but they are 5-15 in the surrender whites. But, of course, we're talking about the black uniform. So,
what did they start off with?
What do you mean?
Like, what did they wear during, like, the 50s and the 60s? What did they wear then? Did they wear red and white? Did they wear all white? Did they wear all red?
I think there's a lot of, well, you can go back to Devaney's first year in 62, and the road uniforms were all white.
All white. Okay.
They didn't go to red
that was
pants, I
normal.
don't think, until 63 or 64.
I'm assuming they didn't spend a ton of money on uniforms back then.
No.
Right? Because, I mean,
they had a red top and a red bottom and a white top and a white bottom, and that's it.
That was
and then
it.
they just mix and match.
Right. And the same helmet.
And the same, basically the same helmet.
Yep.
For both. But with the alternate uniforms, this is the non-all white. So anytime they went with an alternate uniform, according to Dylan Jurgens, Nebraska 9-7, but they are 0-3 when they wear black jerseys.
Black.
They wore all black, or not all black, but they wore black against Northwestern in 2015.
That's, you know what? I remember that. Wasn't
the 2015. That was the Dean Lowry game.
Yeah, the Dean Lowry game.
Dean
and who was
Lowry?
the quarterback?
I knew you were going to ask because
Who was the quarterback?
Because he had
100 yards rushing.
He had 100 yards rushing.
Did he transfer from LSU? Isn't that the kid who transferred from LSU?
All I remember was he was a slow guy.
I thought that was the kid who transferred from
He managed to
LSU.
rush for 100 yards.
He went to Purdue. Never mind.
That was Clayton Thorson.
Oh my goodness. Really? In 2015? Clayton Thorson was
Clayton
then?
Thorson.
Wow.
9 carries for 126 yards.
He was a big lumbering fella.
And Nebraska wore all black that day, lost.
And lost, okay.
So this is what you have to look forward to, kids. When USC comes in here and Jaden Mayava throws for 600 yards, you'll know why it happened.
Well, it'll
because
happen
of the black uniform.
They have a 4x400, 100 team at wide receiver. That's part of it. And they went out and got 2 giant guys, I believe both from the SEC, I think, to play defensive line. And they went and rebuilt that offensive line and all of that. Yeah, they went out and they said, we're going to win this year. We're going to spend every dime we have. We're going to get as many guys as we can. We're going to win this year.
We've got to save Lincoln Riley.
Exactly.
By the way, now some have been wondering, because obviously we don't know kickoff time. The fans want this to be at night.
I don't think it's going to be that.
So here's your Big Ten schedule for November 1st.
Yeah.
Penn State, Ohio State. You know where that game's going to be.
11 o'clock, big noon.
Big noon. The USC-Nebraska game is the most attractive game next on the schedule in theory.
Right.
We don't know how the season's going to play out, but in theory, USC-Nebraska, because the other games are Rutgers at Illinois, Purdue at Michigan, Indiana at Maryland, Michigan State at Minnesota.
Remember, isn't Nebraska's 7-1 going into that game, I believe is what I have? I have them losing to Minnesota. Is that the 8th game of the season? Or 9th game of the season?
Let's take a look.
I think it is.
It is. USC is the 9th game of the season.
Yeah. Yep.
Week 10.
Week 10. Yep.
But so the option right now, it's either going to be 2:30 on CBS or primetime on NBC.
Yeah, and I think,
but it depends on who's got the pick.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
But I believe, based off of conversations I had last week, people from the university believe it's going to be that
mid-afternoon
or a special 3 o'clock because something else is happening also in sports that day. I don't know, but that's what I was.
Is that a World Series day?
I don't know, but that's what I was told. 2:30 or 3.
Well, Fox has a World Series, so
yeah. I mean, it'd be great to have a night game because that's fun, and then the chance of it being colder when you have a team coming from Southern California, it's nice too. But,
sure.
You know.
So I don't know.
And on November 11th, by 5 o'clock, it's going to be getting dark.
By November 1st, you mean?
November 1st, excuse me, be getting dark by 5 o'clock.
Yeah, you can still. Yeah. Heck, your fancy little light show there at the end of the third quarter.
Maybe, yeah.
It'll be dark enough.
Dark enough for that, yeah. So yeah, that's fine.
Where it'll make a difference. But there you go. Black uniforms. Congratulations. USC.
One of the theories going into the season based off of the way the schedules looked, people thought that might be a really late game, like an 8 o'clock start. Remember that thought? It was
Yes.
going to be like an 8 o'clock game. Yeah, but I don't think that's happening.
No.
I like when Nebraska and Cincinnati kick off at 2 a.m.
Yeah, 8:07 or something like that. Kickoff time.
Well, after the rain delays.
After the rain, God,
It'll
don't
be
say that.
2 a.m.
Don't say that.
Husker Country says undefeated going into the USC game.
I mean, maybe certainly possible. I think I had them losing to Minnesota because that stat I have where they haven't won the back-to-back road games in a while. So
yeah,
but yeah,
7-1 is certainly possible.
Would be bad. I mean, 7-1, they're a top 15 team.
I mean,
yeah.
At bare minimum,
and you have wins over Michigan and Cincinnati.
At bare minimum, would you say they shouldn't be any worse than 6-2?
Yeah, I mean, are we talking about who they're favored against and who they'd be underdogs against? I think you're right.
Well, according to K Ford, yeah, Nebraska should be favored in every game except Michigan.
Even at Minnesota?
Right. K Ford has Nebraska at 53%.
Okay. See, I think the game at Minnesota, I could see that being a slight favorite for Minnesota, depending on how they played, of course.
Let me double check because he did update his numbers, and I think the graphic I have is version 1. And I know he updated, but I don't think it changed that much.
Part of it too is you're having this conversation about you go out to Maryland, you play that game. I don't know what time it's going to be. You're traveling back, then you go into Minnesota in a short week, and all of that stuff that all get worked into the equation when they're putting together the line.
Right. Let's see. Nebraska is 54%.
Went up. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, if K Ford is right, and Nebraska covers, 7-1 is likely.
Sure.
But 6-2 would seem to be, if they're not 6-2.
Oh yeah. Well, that would mean they lost
at least 6-2.
Cincinnati or
correct.
Yeah.
Jack Mitchell joins us. He is on the phone today because he had an appointment, but he's joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. So, were you excited about black uniforms?
Yeah, I was. Like after all of those years of them trying to do too much with the alternates over the last decade and a half, it finally settled into more of like the subtle tweak spot that you need to be in without so much of like the 2010s styles that really didn't age all that well.
Right.
So no, I'm good. I like them. This is like from the beginning. I said, when they said they were going to do black ones, like the year they played UCLA and wore them, and what would that have been?
2013.
2013.
2013.
Yeah, like they did the black, but then they put a red N on the helmet, but the black stripe, and I was like, why does this look so awkward? Just make it all black. Just make it all black. And it took them another decade plus to actually do that, but I've liked the last couple of iterations of the ones that have black, so I'm good with them.
Do you remember where 2013 was on the groin kick thing? Because that's the broken foot game, right? That's when somehow all of a sudden Taylor Martinez had broken his foot and they lost the big lead. That's 2013, right?
That they were up 17-0, right?
Yeah,
they were up. They were up.
Something happened in the locker room, and all of a sudden he couldn't play as well in the second half, and Tommy Frazier and all that stuff happened.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, I forgot that Tommy. Yes, a lot of things happened.
John and I were actually on the air when all that
when the
happened.
tape leaked.
Yeah, when the tape leaked, we were out there on a Monday at DJ's.
Yep, Exarban Village.
Yeah. Well, someday I'll write a book about that. But anyway, aside from that, the groin kick era didn't run anything before the final game of 2014.
Oh, that's right.
So it just missed.
Right, the USC game. Right, my fault.
It just
I bet
missed.
it would be high, man. I bet it would be very high.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there were. I mean, folks were genuinely excited because, I mean, the team was looking great.
Yeah,
they would have gotten another win. Would have been a huge feather, and then it completely fell apart. It's almost like they melted in the sun.
Although they beat Iowa to end the season,
they did.
Don't forget,
they were swinging hats. A lot of swinging hats.
That was a year.
That was 13.
That was a year later.
No, 14 they lost in 14, right? Oh, they won in 14, right?
But the swinging hat game was
14.
2014.
Okay, I thought 13 because he swung the hat because we were talking about he should be fired from that after he said you fire me if you want to fire me. I thought he got another year.
Yeah.
14 they won because that was Bo's last.
That was his last game. Yeah.
13 was the swinging hat game.
Yeah, because 14 is when Kinney catches the touchdown in the corner, right, in overtime.
Does that sound right to you, Jack? Yeah.
Correct. Yep.
Good memories. Good memories.
Good memories. Lots of good memories.
Hey, do you when you look at the alternate stuff, And there are people that, they get upset when you talk about losses or wins, depending on what they're wearing or whatever else. Do you have a favorite uniform combination that you like to see when you're there at Memorial Stadium?
I mean, truly, I'd just like to see them at Memorial Stadium. I would just like to see them. I'm not opposed to alternate uniforms if they're done well. In fact, this is a great example of it, what they're doing this year, and what they've done, a few of the more recent years. Like the ones I liked the best in terms of the alternates were the ones they wore at Northwestern under Mike Riley. I want to say 2016. Do you remember that? They were all white, which I hate the surrender whites, but it's actually a good look. And they won the game. They had like silver face masks. You guys remember those?
Yes,
I do. Yes, because I went through it. I looked at all of them. There's a website that has them all. I just went through them all today.
Just like we remember the 2013 UCLA game for the Bo audio tape, I remember that game for the Michael Rose Ivy kneeling.
Oh, yeah.
and then our conversation with Hal Dobb that next week.
I was never so proud of Mike Riley. After that game, he comes out and talks to us, and it was kind of hectic. And he's like, "Listen," he came to me. He asked me about it. I told him, part of being an American is he killed it in that moment. Absolutely.
I seem to remember that.
He killed it in that moment. So, and then Dobbs said some stupid stuff.
Yeah. I will say I was in the stadium in 1986 when Nebraska wore the all red. I don't think that was a good look, but I still would like them to do it again and match those exactly. Maybe on the anniversary. They're not going to do it on the anniversary of that game because that game was a horrendous, terrible loss to Oklahoma and Brian Bosworth. But that was to have that one game moment and always know every time I see a picture and that's what they were wearing to know it was that game. That was my second game that I ever went to. I have a weird place in my heart. They were ugly, but they also have a lot of nostalgia for me.
See, that was one of the few times that Tom Osborne relented to a gimmick. Because when they were on the field for warm-ups, they were wearing the normal uniform. Yep. Right. And then they went into the locker room. Now, I wasn't there. You were. But when they went in the locker room, then they changed and they came back out in all reds. And I just remember watching it, in Fremont. And we were like, oh, my God, what are they doing? It was so shocking because they'd never done anything like that.
Yeah. So they didn't have their players come out of the stands or anything like that?
No, they did not do that.
They didn't do that? Okay.
See, you can't in Memorial Stadium because it takes forever. Over the wall. Yeah, it takes forever. It's very.
I still remember my dad. I went with my dad. He was a graduate student then, and we got something to eat before the game, and we walked up into. They had all the students that sat then in what would have been the southeast corner of the stadium, and I remember we got in there right when you walk up and you can first see the field, and they were wearing all red. And I remember my dad turned around and he was like, "They're wearing all red," and it was that. And I didn't quite understand the gravity of that moment being 9 years old, but I soon learned okay, that doesn't happen very often. And I'm still shocked, John. I'm still shocked Osborne did it, to be honest.
I am too, but they were so desperate to beat Oklahoma, and that was a really good team. Yep. And if Keith Jackson hadn't have pushed off, maybe they would have won, or at least tied.
Yeah.
Physicality, right? Isn't that right? You got to be it's physicality.
It was physicality.
It's all about physicality.
Right. It was all physicality.
Sooner magic. Yeah, I felt it that night.
I remember the 85 game and the 87 game. I have no memory of the 86 game. None. I remember, but 86, all I remember is the Mets won the World Series in 86. But I don't remember.
Wow, you remember baseball.
I don't remember anything else.
You.
I don't remember anything else about 86, I guess.
By the way, Game 6, the famous Buckner.
Yeah.
That was the same night Colorado beat Nebraska.
Oh, really?
That was a dark day for me.
Let me tell you, I wasn't watching that.
Well, no one was. It wasn't on television.
Okay. That's what I don't. So Jack, for example, saying that was only his second game. I think in my mind that you guys went to all the home games. That's how I think about it, right? And I understand that wasn't the case for a lot of people that had multiple kids in the family. They took turns.
Yeah.
I just think everybody went to the games. And I forget that so many of the games weren't on TV.
Oh, yeah.
And so you didn't even see it except for the highlights on the coach's show or whatever else. I forget about all of that.
It is crazy. Yeah. I mean, we thought it was groundbreaking if they got 4 games on TV in a year.
It was based off of that old media guide, remember?
Yeah.
The last one in 05.
Just amazing.
Yeah.
That's how we lived.
Yeah, well, it was maybe one non-conference game in Oklahoma. Usually there might have been one more, but like you said, in 86, Colorado wasn't a big deal. Or we didn't think it was going to be a big deal. So that wasn't on TV. Like that 86 season, my dad had season tickets, and the way it worked was he went with all the games. My mom got to go to all of them, but I got to go to 2. And that year I got to pick first which one I wanted, and I picked Oklahoma.
Nice.
To go to, and that was my first pick in the game draft. And then I don't remember how it worked exactly, but I went to Oregon that year, which was my first game ever, and that was not on TV or.
I think I was at that game. I think I was at that.
If it was this year, what's your draft? What's your first pick?
Michigan. I mean,
over USC, huh?
Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I first of all, I have more personal disdain for Michigan.
I'm with you.
It feels like it would be a bigger victory against Michigan. Yeah, I'd definitely be Michigan.
You want to sing with me? Want to sing with me? We all hate Michigan. Want to sing the Hate Michigan song?
I don't think we can sing that. Doesn't it have a naughty word in it?
I don't think so. Does it have a naughty word in it?
It does. I don't know.
The whole damn state of Michigan, right?
Yeah, but I thought there
Darn.
was a.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, yeah.
I don't know it.
No, we did a question earlier this week. Most anticipated games on the schedule. Michigan was number 1 for me. Cincinnati was 2 and Iowa was 3.
Really?
Yes.
See, I told you USC one is the one that I think is the harder matchup between.
Oh, I agree.
USC and Michigan.
But I was thinking in terms of anticipation, and it's a rivalry.
I want to see all the talent on the field for USC.
Yeah,
I mean
USC is
going to be I think it's going to be high scoring too. I think it's going to be a banger.
I think the USC game is very interesting to me.
It's interesting, guys, because one of the things that I've always sort of theorized that would really jumpstart mentally Nebraska getting out of the hole it's just winning a game they're not expected to. Like, in the last time that really happened was probably 2015 against Michigan State, and I don't even think they were that big of an underdog in that game, but like that experience just hasn't been there. And there really aren't that many opportunities. I mean, the Michigan game's kind of it. I mean, I suppose you could be a decent underdog to USC in that game, but that'll depend on how they're doing and how Nebraska is doing. But the Michigan game is the only one where it's going to be, Nebraska will be a fairly significant underdog in that game.
Michigan State was a shock. I know what Nebraska fans are, and I've been to enough games. I was shocked that it was as that packed, and it was as people were as fired up as they were coming off of the loss to Purdue and going to 3-6.
Yes.
I did not expect that.
I was hopeless going into that game.
Yeah.
That is that feeling of a shocking win.
Yeah.
I mean, winning itself has been, not that often, but the feeling of a surprising win is an experience that this fan base hasn't felt for well over a decade.
That was 2015, right?
Yep, 2015, yeah.
Nebraska was a 4-point dog.
Only four. Yep.
That's only 4?
They know. Vegas knows.
Yeah.
Vegas knows.
No kidding.
Yep, they know. They know.
Okay, but the year before at Michigan State, Michigan State was an 8.5-point favorite
in 2014.
Yeah. That was a game where Nebraska came back.
The only
and
reason
almost
they got because they had the punt return.
Yes.
And then the play at the corner of the end zone should have been caught. Probably.
Yes.
Moore? Was it Moore that dropped it?
Might have been.
Yeah, Moore. More.
Wow, I would not have guessed that game had an 8.5.
That was a good
spread.
team. I thought that 14 team was a good team.
It was, but I didn't think they were that much better than Nebraska.
I wonder who Michigan State was playing the next week after Nebraska, because sometimes they will anticipate a sandwich game and they say the other team's going to play well because it's a sandwich game. And again, Nebraska's coming off one of the worst losses in the history of the program. That loss to Purdue.
It was so bad.
As bad as Purdue. That was the only game they won, right? In the Big Ten, the Purdue that year? Did I remember that correctly? Maybe that was a different team. One team.
No, they lost to Purdue in that game on Halloween.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it was the only game that Purdue had won in the Big Ten, I thought.
Oh, that could be right.
That year. Wasn't that Darrell Hazel? Yep. Was that Darrell Hazel year, the hat?
Was he still there? Was he still there?
I thought that was Darrell Hazel.
Which team are you talking about?
The 2015 game when they lost to Purdue, where Riker Fife had to come in. I thought that was the only game that they.
DPE got hurt in that game on the sprinkler or whatever.
Oh yeah, his knee hyperextended his knee.
Yes, that rotten field at Purdue. Okay, so 2014 Michigan State. The week after they played Nebraska, they were at Purdue and they won 45-31. But that Michigan State team who came in, okay, so Michigan State was number 10, Nebraska was number 19.
Yeah.
Michigan State had lost earlier to Oregon 46-27.
Oh, I remember that game.
So thinking that they were an 8.5-point favorite was surprising to me.
Yeah, but Michael, that was when Oregon. I remember watching Oregon in that era and thinking, I've never seen anything
so
like
fast
this before.
They're so fast.
I've never. It looked like the closest thing I can think of where John will love this is when the Rams hit their heyday.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That Oregon team looked like nothing I'd ever seen before.
Yeah, the Rams of 1951. Yeah. Point a minute offense.
Listen.
Yeah.
Norm Van Brocklin.
Hey, dude, that was
fast.
that
for his
offense was
time.
incredible.
It was incredible. It was incredible. I remember it well.
By the way, 1 is the line that I would have for the Minnesota game. 1. Nebraska by 1.
Nebraska by 1 at Minnesota.
Yep.
Hey,
Going through the
Michael,
numbers.
what's the biggest? So what do you think what's the Michigan line and then USC? Are either of them double digits?
No, the Michigan line's going to be 3.5, right?
Yeah, I think there's
3. I think it's 3.5. 3.5, 4. No bigger than that. I'm pretty sure. The USC game, Nebraska could be a favorite against USC, but I think it's going to be really tight. Let me see.
Wow.
I think right now, let's see.
Michael, do you know off the top of your head how many times Nebraska was 7-point or touchdown or more underdogs like last year?
I don't know. I could look that up. I don't know off the top of my head. No, I don't know that. I could look at that up. It looks like right now that Michigan is a 3-point favorite. Would be a 3-point favorite based off of the numbers I'm looking at.
That's crazy. It's crazy to think that.
Well, I mean, freshman quarterback. We don't know what they're going to do against Oklahoma. You're going to Nebraska. I mean,
that's fair.
So
that's fair.
They do have. So they're 9.5, I believe, is their number. Michigan's, isn't it?
For wins?
Isn't it like really ridiculous? I thought it was over. I thought it was more than I thought it should be. I thought it was 9.5.
Win totals.
That sounds right.
Win totals. Here we go. Michigan is 9.5.
Yeah, 9.5. So that's too high, but that's what people believe they are. So that makes sense. That you know.
I'm because I thought there was an early line. There were early lines out for Michigan.
Yeah, it may be. I just know looking at the numbers, it should be 3 or 3.5 based off of Nebraska being at home.
It's 3.5. Michigan 3.5. You can bet it right now at FanDuel.
Underdog. Is that the biggest underdog Nebraska is this year? Right now, I know that.
No, Penn State. I mean, Penn State.
Penn State. They'll be
double. That could be 16, but I think it's gonna be much lower because I think Nebraska's gonna go in there, you know, with 2 losses.
Yeah.
Right. So I think that'd be lower than that. But I think it's like 16 now, estimated.
Okay.
According to last time we did Connolly's update, and this is factoring in home field, Michigan. Now this was back in May, I think. Yeah, May 22nd. Michigan 9.5 point favorite, and Penn State 22.
So last year, Nebraska was a 6.5 point dog to Indiana. Think about how much easier that money was. Oh my God. They were a 6.5 point dog at USC, and they were a 25 point dog to Ohio State.
Ohio State.
Yeah. Those are your biggest ones. Yeah.
Okay.
And the Ohio State was the only one Nebraska covered, right?
Yep.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Guys, I was looking at the I saw said Bill Connolly. I saw his SP Plus came out today, but I saw another thing out there which made me laugh because the beginning of the summer, I felt like the big take on the Big Ten was that Illinois was going to be the surprise team, like it was going to overperform and that whole thing. Today, I saw a tweet that said Illinois is going to be the overrated team in the conference, which made me laugh because I think that's in response. I think this offseason has gotten so long that people are starting to the trendy position is going the other direction before any games are played.
Let me say it's not trendy. It's not trendy. A lot of the gambling people out there feel that way because
which way?
They feel that Illinois is overhyped because of what they have returning, but based off of last year. And so I'll give you one of my stats that I have for each team. Altmaier against the best teams he played last year had 1 big time throw and 6 turnover worthy plays. So, So you look at that. The teams Illinois beat in 2024 had a 42-66 record. They've not had a back-to-back 8+ win season since 1990. They trailed in the fourth quarter of 5 of 9 wins. A lot of the analytics people think that they're going to come back to the pack.
So don't jump on the trendy Illinois Express just yet.
No.
By the way, the over at 8.5 wins is plus 152.
So yeah, the under at 8.5 is minus 190.
Yeah.
You can take 7.5 over at plus 140.
That'll be interesting to see, because that's been the most consistent thing I heard at the beginning of the summer was this is the year for Illinois. They're
Right.
going to be, and sure enough, they're ranked 13th or 14th, I think, in both the polls.
It's like everyone is convinced that we're going to have last year's Indiana happen again. Well, first off, no one saw Indiana coming.
Well, I had over 7.5. I
Right, but-
alt line over
but
7.5.
not 11
Not
wins.
11 wins.
Not
No.
11 wins.
No.
But
John, I think it's part.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I think it's part. They think that's going to happen, but it's also this formulaic thing that Michael referred to, which is that they got a ton of returning starters.
Mhm.
They got both their coordinators coming back.
Mhm.
They've got a head coach that is kind of thought of well right now, and it's just you kind of plug all that in. You look at returning starters or returners' experience, and that's I think what that's a product of.
And I told John and them last week, they play 10 new quarterbacks.
Wow.
Yeah. So they have one of the, I think there's 3 teams that play 10 new quarterbacks in the Power 4, and Illinois is one of them.
And we tried to figure out Nebraska. They're going to play.
Wasn't it 7? Didn't we go over and say it was 7?
I don't remember. Is Akron starting a new quarterback? Not that it matters.
Yes.
Are they? Okay. So there's one. Michigan.
Yep.
Michigan State's returning. Maryland's new.
Yep.
Minnesota's new.
Northwestern's new.
Northwestern's new. USC, no, but UCLA, new.
Yep.
Penn State, no. So it's 7.
7, yeah.
Nope.
So Nebraska's playing 7 new quarterbacks.
Iowa, yeah.
Yeah, it's a really weird year, especially in the Big Ten, because so many teams. So you have a lot of teams like this that are going to be facing, and it's hard to judge. You don't know. I mean, no one knows what Bryce Underwood's going to do. None of us know.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen guys be incredible, and we've seen guys go through stretches where, as freshmen, they can't complete a pass. You just don't know.
I believe, what is it? It's 5 of the top 6 in the AP preseason poll have a new quarterback.
Isn't that crazy for Penn State, right?
Penn State's the one, because Texas, technically, you can't count Arch. Ohio State, no, Clemson. There's
Okay.
2.
Oh, yeah.
So 2 of the top 6 are starting new.
It's funny because there were no quarterbacks in the draft last year, right? That's what we were told.
Right.
But they all left. What happened to them?
Well, they mixed and matched with other schools.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Well,
and it's crazy. Drew Aller, I'll end on this. Drew Aller was, I think last year, he was the only returning Big Ten quarterback that started at the school he was at last year.
No, Altmaier
And
was
now
too.
he's got another-
Altmaier was too.
He transferred, but that started at the school.
Oh,
he was
started at the
Yeah,
I thought you meant the
yeah,
year
yeah.
before. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was returning. Okay,
He
got it.
was been his whole career at
Yep.
the same place and was returning.
That's crazy.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the new way of the world, kids.
Illinois was the only team last year, the only 2 teams last year that had their quarterback, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, head coach. One of them was Illinois, and the other one was Purdue.
Yep.
With all them transfers.
Yep.
All right,
And
Jack.
they did it again this year. Yep. All
Have
right,
have a
we'll see
good weekend, and we'll catch up next. Of course, next week will be 1 week out from the game.
ya. Let's go. Let's go.
All right, Jack
Thanks,
Mitchell,
guys.
who joins us every
Jack.
Friday here on 1620 The Zone. When we come back, right before we get to Don Munson and preview Clemson, might as well get it out now. Special announcement about the upcoming football season here on The Zone. Next, 1620 The Zone. I don't hear nothing, and now I do. It's John and Michael with you today here on this One Beer Friday. I got to catch up on my reads. You know, Nick says I got to do all my reads.
You're behind on the reads.
I'm behind on my reads. I told you about the Blur Parties thing. In fact, we got something else coming up on that as well. We also have fall around the corner, 1620 The Zone, giving you the chance to win a season pass to Nebraska's favorite fall attraction, Vala's Pumpkin Patch. You could win 2 2025 season passes to Vala's and enjoy all the family fun that Vala's has to offer. Enter to win now at 1620thezone.com.
Nice. I love Vala's. I do. Their cider barn is awesome.
You don't have children.
No.
Yeah. Take some kids there.
Well, kids, we have a special announcement to make today. Thank you.
We're doing the show from Vala's. No, I'm just playing.
No, we're not doing the show from Vala's.
Nope.
No, we're going to be a little bit closer to the stadium. 1620 the pregame. Woo! This season, every Husker home game from the Blur Parties tailgate underneath the overpass at I-180, right across from the stadium. This season, yours truly, Michael Severe, every home game Saturday, 2.5 hours before kickoff.
And Nick Grimm producing. Woo.
And
not the Akron game,
not-
you slouch.
I'm going to be doing my bachelor party trip.
Okay, fine. Anyway, yeah, that sounds fun. I mean, like I said to you all the time, I do all the prep.
Yep.
That'd be someplace to talk about it.
You got to have a place. So basically, we're giving Michael 2 hours to just spew all his prep.
I have for whatever team
All
they're
his
playing.
prep out there, but we're going to be doing it live from Blur Party. Same place we did the Illinois and the Colorado games from last year. It's a great location. We're going to be giving away passes all season long, so you can have a chance to come down and see us. We want to thank Chandler Conway PC, attorneys at law, for sponsoring us this year. So plan on it every home game Saturday, 1620 the pregame with myself and Michael.
News about that spot, because that's 10th Street, right? That goes this way. We have people have to cross over. They put the rope up when they're coming back.
Yes,
coming back to West Stadium.
That's 10th Street.
That is extremely dangerous.
Yep.
Because of the traffic and everything. There is a plan in place to build something there to make it a lot easier on fans.
A little
under or over.
They do a tunnel?
Maybe. That's out there. Tunnel's possible.
Feels like making a bridge is easier.
I guess. I don't know, because you already have the overpass there.
Yeah.
So you have to you can't build it under the overpass. You'd have to build it to the I don't even know how you would do it.
Why
with the
can't you
overpass.
build it under the overpass?
Because it's not high enough. So I don't think you can do that.
I'm not sure if you might be able to.
It'd be a really low bridge.
You might be able to do it, but yeah, you still have to allow traffic to go through there on 10th Street.
So I think the best way to do it would be a tunnel. Have you been in the tunnel down here?
Yeah, I love that. I love the Dundee
I
subway.
just found out this last
a very
year that there's
similar
a tunnel
to that one.
Yeah, that thing kicks ass. I get my oil changed across the street. So I'll
Yes.
just drop it off in the morning, and then instead of having to play Frogger across Dodge, I'll just go for a walk.
God, I love Frogger. But yeah, there's that spot, that area where it's it's always a concern. People driving through there very fast, and people have to cross through.
Yep.
Especially when they're coming from the Haymarket. Not Haymarket. What's it called? Not the Haymarket.
Well, it is. I mean,
no, what's it called over there now? It's not
The
called
Bottoms?
No, the other cool little place over there where they have the skating.
there's the West Haymarket.
No,
that's the rail yard.
Thank you. People are coming from the rail yard and all those parking garages. They're concerned about people having to walk that way because of all the traffic and how fast it's going.
That's true.
So they got to do something.
Well, you will be able to join us and maybe cross those dangerous streets to join us there. But hey, they do a nice job of keeping the traffic.
They do. People are also tailgating, and there's
a lot of great tailgate lots.
Sometimes they drink. And then there's traffic, and as you know, drinking in traffic doesn't go along.
We will not be drinking during the pregame show. Michael doesn't drink anyway.
I will say one of my favorite parts of the many cool things about the Blur tailgate.
Yeah,
they have twisted tea on tap, which is
I've
never seen before.
That's crazy.
Yes,
I didn't
it's
know that.
Awesome. I love it. I love a twee on tap.
Never had a twisted tea, but Dixie Beer was the first beer company to produce hard teas. This would have been in 80.
I did not know this.
My mother's second husband, MC, worked at Dixie, and he brought home the initial cans of this Dixie iced tea, hard iced tea, and it was okay, but I've not had a drink since 2002, so I haven't had any of the new stuff. The only one I want to try is that Malibu, not Malibu. It's called it's a mango flavored vodka thing that people drink, and it smells amazing.
I don't know which one that is.
Small cans. People drink it when they're playing golf.
Okay.
But it smells incredible.
Okay.
So I'd like to try that only because of that, the smell.
Well, coming up next, we're going to try on Clemson for size. It's Clemson in 25 teams in 25 grums. We're going to talk to the voice of the Tigers, Don Munson, next. 1620 The Zone.
The countdown is on.
Drones goes right back the same way. Back shoulder fade, picked off, intercepted from Hampton. Tremendous interception. He takes off, running up the middle, first down, inside the 35. He's going to go. Cade Klubnik, touchdown Clemson, 50 yards. So far, it's 2 carries for Smith. Under pressure, Jennings stripped by T.J. Parker. Clemson says it has the ball, and the Tigers do. Looked like a design quarterback draw. Instead, it's a pass and a touchdown. Brian Wesco, 35 yards.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
It feels like 2018 all over again. Clemson's in the range to be in the national title hunt.
A legal man downfield on that play, by the way.
Oh, wow. I can't believe you went there.
Yeah.
But yes, Clemson comes in this year as the number 4 team according to the preseason AP poll. We have included them in 25 teams and 25 grums. And joining us once again this year, it is the longtime voice of the Tigers, Don Munson, joining us from, I understand, the beach?
Yes, I'm on the coast of South Carolina. Illegal man downfield. Did they call it?
No, they did not call it. They did not call- That's why I love it. You guys.
No.
I was just saying, I believe you guys invented. I think you invented that. I still say you guys invented that play. I remember it was in a bowl game, and I remember seeing it for the first time, and I thought to myself, "Is that legal? Can you do that?" And apparently you can, because I've seen Clemson score on that play a bunch of times.
That is correct. So, did they call it? No,
They did not call it. They did not call it. No.
That's right.
No, not at all.
Well, Clemson, top 4, as we mentioned, AP poll, at championship aspirations. Does this season, in terms of the anticipation and the run-up, kind of remind you of those late 2000s seasons where it was Clemson and Alabama every year? Or is it kind of a different feel this time around?
Oh, I think there's a different feel to it this time around because there's different characters that are now playing in this thing. So, back in 2018, I think that everybody was, oh my gosh, are we going to get Clemson, Alabama 4?
Mm-hmm.
And guess what we did? And I think there's the makeup of that team in 2018. There were a lot of guys that came back because they were not satisfied with the way that things ended in 2017 in a semifinal loss and in the Sugar Bowl to Alabama. So they wanted to come back and try to get after it again. And obviously they did, and became the first team in college football history in the modern day era to go 15-0.
That I know it's not exactly the same, but there are a lot of people here in Nebraska hoping for a big second year for Dylan Raiola. What was the key, in your opinion, for Klubnik to go from what he was to the amazing season he had in his 3rd season?
Oh, I think the pieces of the puzzle around him, to be perfectly honest with you, I've always believed that. You go back and you look at, this run that kind of started with Taj Boyd, and you take a look just at the pieces of the puzzle that were all of a sudden offensively that were surrounding him, particularly at the skill positions, a running back, tight end, wide receiver. And so I think that was what really helped out Cade last year, is that he had that kind, even though his offensive line was banged up for most of the year. I mean, offensive line was just in horrible shape last year, particularly coming down the stretch. That the win at Pitt, I mean, we were basically playing with 5 offensive linemen. We were playing with a guy at left tackle that had not played left tackle since he was in high school. So it was fun to watch, but I can tell you, I think the pieces of the puzzle around him are even better, much better, as a matter of fact, this year.
Don Munson joining us, the voice of the Clemson Tigers. Clemson in 25 teams and 25 grums. Is it truly possible that Clemson's going to rely on a true freshman to start at running back, Gideon Davidson?
No, I don't think that's going to be the case.
Okay.
I just don't think that's going to be. I know there's been a lot of writers, writing about that and conjecture that that's going to go that way. But you got to keep your quarterback healthy. I don't know that Gideon knows how to block anybody coming on a blitz yet. So you're not going to leave your quarterback there to get killed until that young kid can learn what the blocking scheme is all about and what his job is back there as a blocker. Now he'll play some this season. Don't get me wrong, but I think that Adam Randall is going to be the guy that's going to be RB number 1, as they like to say, and there's some depth that's behind him as well. This will be, as today's game is gone. It's not just one running back that does all your carries for you. It's usually a stable of guys, but I think Randall is a guy that could give you 15 carries a game, and then he's going to be big trouble coming out of the backfield. And if you try to match up a linebacker against him, good luck. I mean, really good luck, because he's going to run by people.
Now, one of the cliches they always use is, you get off to a fast start. One of my favorite stats about Clemson is what they did in the first quarter to people. How much was that, you think, just their scouting of it, or just their offense? It took a while for the defense to get it, because they outscored, it's like 149 to 30 something in the first quarter.
Right. Yeah, it was. First quarters were. Yeah, you wish that or what was the formula? You wish you knew, because if it works in the first quarter, why doesn't it work in the second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter?
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, they were able to come out and get quick jumps on folks, and then that helps. I mean, that just obviously helps you play the rest of the game. Was no difference in the ACC championship game last year. They got that quick jump on SMU. Now, credit SMU, they came back, responded in the second half, and they left they left too much time on the clock. It was kind of like in 16 when Clemson won the national championship. Alabama scores, but they left too much time on the clock. And who would have thought that 14 seconds was going to be too much time on the clock? And to watch what Cade did was just incredible in just 2 plays.
How good could this offense be? I mean, Klubnik's back for another year. Most of the receivers are intact from last year. You mentioned the running backs might be a little bit different, but there's a lot of depth there. And the O-line has a ton of experience. Could this be one of the better Clemson offenses we've seen? And that's saying a lot given the offenses we've seen in the last 15 years.
Yeah, I think it has the ability to put a lot of points on the board. I've always said that if you're going to compete for a national championship, you better have an offense that going in, particularly when you're playing in playoff games, that can score at least 35 points a game. Because you start looking at some of these scores in playoff games, and if you want to win a playoff game, you better be able to score at least 35 points, and probably more likely than not, you better be able to score 40 or more points. And I think that's what Clemson can do. Is everybody wants to talk about the offensive side, and then that leads over. Okay, what's the defense going to do under Tom Allen now coming over from Penn State? There's always the first year of a defensive coordinator at any school, I don't care what his pedigree is there's always that moment in time where you're just not really quite sure what's going to be happening. And so they're going to have to rely on that offense, I think, to win them some games, to be perfectly honest with you.
And I know it was before you got there, but Nebraska has this tie-in with Clemson because of the 2008 bowl game and two rookie quarterback coaches. What was the feeling like from what you've talked to people about that hiring? And was it something that people thought that Dabo would be there for a little while, it wouldn't work, or did they feel that it would work? I mean, you had a wide receiver coach going in to be a head coach. What was that like? What have you heard from people?
Well, I mean, I think it caught people by surprise, but when you go back and you look at it, he takes over midway in the 2008 season.
Right.
And what does he do? He went 4-2. So he became the first coach since 1970, by the way, guys, that had taken over a team midway through a season and posted a winning record. So that's what got him the job. Okay, that's what Terry Don Phillips. That's what got him the job. And he actually told Coach Sweeney, and Terry Don Phillips, by the way, athletic director at that time at Clemson. He actually told Coach Sweeney, "All right, I want you to have this job, but I want you to go out and prove that you can handle this job. And here's your open audition for it." And he passed. Obviously, he comes back 2009. They make it to an ACC championship game, lose to Georgia Tech in a game which neither team punted, which was one of the odd things that happened there. They lost to Georgia Tech, and then obviously 2010 they go 6-7, lose to South Florida in the Meineke Car Care Bowl in Charlotte, and it was at that time. All right, made a change at offensive coordinator, brought on Chad Morris, and all of a sudden, the frisbee catching dogs are out there, and things just took off at another level for Clemson. And it's kind of been, then Brent Venables came on board as well. And in the 12 season defensively, they were doing things that they had not done at Clemson since, the 80s and the 90s when they were just uber good on defense, and it all kind of meshed.
Don Munson, the voice of the Clemson Tigers. Don, it is such a different world from the last time Clemson hoisted the national championship trophy, even though it's been less than a decade ago. Yeah. But obviously back then, people didn't look down on the ACC like they do today. There wasn't a transfer portal in 2017. Now there's a transfer portal, and we all know what Dabo's philosophy has been about building a program in a more traditional way. If Clemson is to achieve the things that people think are capable, how big of a win is it for the league, and how big of it is a win for doing it the Dabo way?
I think it's a huge win for doing it the way that Coach Sweeney said that it can be done, because nobody believed him. I mean, 4 years ago, people were already writing him off. Clemson's done. They're out. They're never going to be able to compete. And so, if he can do it, if he can go on, and I don't care if he wins it, just even making the semifinals, or if we're lucky enough to make it to the national championship game, just showing it that it can be done this way. And he's very proud of doing it this way, because he still believes that he'll tell you, Clemson is a developmental program. That's what he preaches to parents as he's recruiting them. That's what he preaches to the kids. We are a developmental program. Very few people have left our school and have gone on and had success elsewhere. There have been a couple, but not that many. And he's also very proud of it. Since he took over as head coach in 2009, every player that he has recruited and shown up on campus has won a championship of some type, either a league championship or a bowl championship or a national championship. Every player, not some, every player has won a championship. He's very proud of that, and he should be, because that's as he likes to say, that do things in an uncommon way, and you'll demand the attention of the world. So he's been able to do it his way.
Who do you think's the third best team in the ACC? Because people have Clemson. Seems like they mentioned Miami. Is it Louisville, in your opinion?
No, I like SMU. To be
do.
honest with you, I'm not sure.
Easier
I think
schedule.
the second best. I think SMU's the second best team still in this league.
Oh, wow.
I think they're trouble. I mean, I really do. They're a team that loses a lot defensively, but again, they're going to be able to score points. And this is a game about most points wins. All right, it's not about who stops the most. It's about the game. The team that can score the most points is going to win. And I think SMU is going to be able to do exactly. I love their quarterback. I think their quarterback he's a lot of trouble. I think he's getting better as a thrower. We all know what he can do with his feet. He's got running backs. He's got wide receivers. Their problem is going to be over on the defensive side of the ball. But I bet you that SMU is going to win some games where they win like 48-45 or something like that, but they're going to be on the winning side of those things.
Don, we always wrap up with some quick answer, rapid fire questions. Are you ready?
Yep, ready.
All right, let's do it.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
You do not throw rocks at a man who's got a machine gun.
Rapid fire.
Who's the most important player this year for Clemson?
Adam Randall.
Player you're most interested to see how they contribute this year?
I will say Brendan Jacobs, the freshman left tackle.
Ooh, we got a left tackle. I like that. The minimum expectation this year in Clemson is what?
Quarterfinals of the playoffs.
The thing you love most about this year's team is?
Experience.
And the thing that worries you most about this team?
Nothing. Nothing.
Your regular season record prediction?
I'm going to be bold. I'm going to say 12-0.
12-0 it is. And so this probably answers the next question. You're picked to win the ACC.
Clemson.
And give me 3 teams that you would pick to win the national championship.
Clemson. Man, oh man. Texas. Although I think Texas may be a little overrated, but I'll say Texas. And I'll go Ohio State.
All right. Don Munson, the voice of the Clemson Tigers. It's good to see Clemson back up at the top. Let's see if they can make a run and make some noise this year in the playoff. Don, we appreciate it as always.
Guys, I want to be there to talk to you in person for baseball season. I'm trying to get my baseball team back there. We haven't been there since 2010. I need to get back to Omaha.
Yeah, we need to get you in the new stadium.
Yeah, who was the
exactly? We shut down the old place. We haven't been in the new place yet.
Yes.
Who was the quarterback? Who was the quarterback right fielder? Who was that for you guys?
Kyle Parker.
Oh, I get an arm. Goodness.
Yeah.
An arm. Remember that. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, tell Coach Bakich to get things going there, and we'd love to host you here in Omaha.
No doubt.
All right. If I get there, Drover's on me, boys.
Oh, okay.
Drover's on me.
Mark that. Don Munson's buying Drover for us if they get to the College World Series.
Yeah.
Don Munson, the voice of
Thanks,
Clemson.
Don.
Take care.
Appreciate it.
Have a great rest of your off season.
All right. Appreciate letting me spread a little gospel to the Clemson Tigers. Go
You're
Tigers.
welcome.
No problem.
Don Munson joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
Kevin Jennings, for me, is one of those guys where I can't get the last time I saw him play out of my head. Like, I know he had a great year. Trust me. I know he did. But the last thing I saw of him was turning the ball over and looking like he was completely overwhelmed against a good defense. It's hard. And now, like I mentioned to you, SMU plays, I think, all 5 of the bottom teams that are in the ACC, if I remember correctly from looking at their schedule. But still, I can't get out of my head the way he played at the end of the season, the last game he played.
All right, coming up next, it's time for Ken's Movie Club. And this week, the movie is Unbroken. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
It has been a few weeks. I haven't seen Kent in like 3 weeks. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I am about to enjoy my last weekend of freedom for probably till
very long time.
I'm in November.
Yeah, it's getting to be that time. Now you're not going down to Kansas City, are you?
No.
Why? Everyone else is going.
I know, we're all going. Come hang with us.
There's a television, right?
There is. It's not the
here,
same. Not the
where
same.
I will see it better.
70,000 screaming Nebraska fans in red.
Now it is 8 o'clock at night, so
you trying to call the man old and say he's gotta go to bed?
I'm saying it's too much for me.
Okay, fine. Whatever. How old are you, Kent? Let me guess. Hold on. Because you are around 61? 65. 68? Wow.
There it is.
For some reason, I thought you played basketball against Steve Sipple. Weren't you like a really good high school basketball player? I thought he told me stories of watching you. So he must have been a kid watching a young Kent play basketball.
Yeah, I played high school in the late 70s. Yeah.
Right. Oh, he's told stories about how good you were. So I thought they were around the same age.
Which high school was it? Which high school was it?
Medicine Valley out in Curtis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Medicine Valley. That was, and because that's probably one of the original consolidated schools, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. It was. It really wasn't a consolidated school. What happened was the university still has this 2-year ag school out there.
That's right.
And it was originally a high school for state high school for kids from the Sandhills where there weren't any schools. And by the 60s, the state of Nebraska was paying for Curtis's high school because there were no kids coming from the Sandhills, but it was and so they had to build a new school, and they just called it Medicine Valley for the area.
For the whole area. Cool.
Creek
All right.
by, but it didn't consolidate any other districts. It saved you all some tax money.
Well, thank you very much for that.
Appreciate
Medicine
that.
Valley.
Yes.
We do appreciate that. The movie this week is Unbroken. And Nick, I believe this was your pick.
Yes, it was. Unbroken stars Jack O'Connell of Skins fame, the UK show that is like Freaks and Geeks, but
I've
for the
never
UK.
seen this guy before.
He's on the show Skins, and it basically launched the careers of a bunch of British actors.
Okay.
It's one of those shows.
Got it.
He's also in 28 Years Later in Sinners, so he's had a really good 2025.
He's in Sinners? What do you play in Sinners?
Vampire. The first guy.
Oh, yeah. Okay. The main guy. Yeah.
He was a vampire that didn't last long.
Right. Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Sorry, spoilers for a great movie. He plays Louis Zamperini. It's based off of the Olympic athlete. He was in Germany for the Olympics in 1938. 36. And then he ended up joining the World War II war effort. He was a bombardier on a B-24.
That's right.
My favorite bomber.
It's pretty good.
World War II.
Pretty good.
They're stationed over the Pacific. They get shot down. They're in a raft for over a month, and then they get captured by the Japanese, and then they're forced into a Japanese work camp, and it's just kind of showing how he survived all of that.
I had no idea.
I would be broken, by the way. Just want you to know.
Yeah.
I would be broken. I don't know what point I'd be broken, but probably when everybody was punching me.
I did not know that this was a true life story until afterwards.
I saw what's her name? The woman who produced it.
Angelina Jolie.
I saw her on Good Morning America talking about this when she was first making it.
There's also a Coen Brothers movie. They worked together.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
The one thing that it stood out to me, I really felt the torture.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I mean, because this isn't your typical war movie where there's a lot of fighting scenes. There's really no fighting scenes outside of the very beginning when they're doing their bombing mission. But the torture and it's one particular, at the time he was, I think, a corporal and then eventually got promoted, but he was this one particular person at the Japanese prison camp.
Watanabe?
Yes, who was the bird, who was particularly nasty.
Yeah.
And he had it out. He had it out for Louis, the main character. And I don't know what you thought, Kent, but I've seen other movies before where there's obviously been prisoner of war or things like this. For some reason, I'm sitting there, I'm getting angry watching this.
Yeah.
Because this dude is just getting abused. I mean, at one point, he has the bird has the entire rest of the prisoners punch Louis in the face because he wouldn't turn against the United States and create propaganda messages for Japanese radio.
Yep.
What I thought then, when it first came out, was almost exacerbated by watching it a second time.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote, the word I used then to describe it was grueling. Watching it was, and it's because of the torture, of course. And this was not research I did, so I don't know where I stole this from, but somebody wrote that 45 minutes of the 2 hour and 15-minute movie is either him getting beat up or recovering from getting beat up.
Oh, wow.
So
I'm not surprised.
a third of the movie is that. And to me, it was actually too much. Overall, when I reviewed it, we were doing letter grades, and I gave it a C+. And I don't think I would change that this time. Maybe a little harsh, but here's maybe one of the reasons. This movie, when it came out, was pushed as an Oscar movie, right?
Okay.
Oscar bait kind of movie.
Sure.
And it's perfectly competently made, but it certainly doesn't reach that kind of standard. And so I kind of this time watched it to kind of go, why? And part of it is really the screenplay. A, it's too long, but B, it's really the screenplay that the Coen brothers are credited as writing, but there are two other guys credited with the screenplay. Magic rule.
Mm-hmm. More than three.
It's going to be not so great, and there's more than three. And this was, I think, only her second movie directing, Angelina Jolie's, and she's not a great director, as she has subsequently proven with this. She wrote and directed and co-starred with Brad Pitt in a real piece of crap called By the Sea or something that was like 3 or 4 years later.
And I know it's not a sports movie, but where do you rank the racing movies when making a sports movie? Because I think some of my, like Breaking Away is one of my favorite movies when I was a kid. It's bike racing. There's been a lot of racing movies as well in terms
Chariots of Fire.
Chariots of Fire was boring.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, movies like that, where do you kind of rank the racing movies with the other sports movies? Because they seem like they'd be easier to make than a football movie or a basketball movie.
And you mean like running racing movies?
Yeah, I mean,
or
I think all racing
you don't
movies.
mean car racing movies.
Oh no, not car racing. I either mean bike racing or running,
right.
Cross country or sprinting, those kind of movies. Like I said, Breaking Away. When I saw that, I probably watched that movie 25 times. I love it. But
me too.
Those kinds of movies I like when you got people who come out of nowhere. There was that one movie about that Native American tribe that ran long distance, and I think Kevin Costner became like their coach or whatever. I like those kind of movies. Where do you kind of rank those among the sports movies?
Well, I like Breaking Away a lot.
Yep.
The one that people don't really think about much. There's a movie about Steve Prefontaine.
Oh yeah, good.
And I can't remember what it was called.
Isn't it called Pre?
I think it was called Pre. That was what I was going to say, and then I'm like, that can't be right.
So.
But I thought that movie was really good. Chariots of Fire is a really good movie. Trying to think what other sort of track related. There's a Jesse Owens picture, and I can't remember the name of it. So give me 2 seconds here.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that there is something though that ties in with war and sports. Like remember Victory with the soccer game?
Yes.
So like tying in, what was the humanity you had left in you? Sports is something you could always kind of fall back on, despite the fact that you're in the middle of the worst war we've
Correct.
had. It's kind of weird the way those movies work sometimes.
And there was some of the running in it, but to me,
that's kind of why he could last, right?
Right. And so I
guy.
wonder if it would have been a little better if there would have been a little more emphasis on his running or on his sport.
It's called Prefontaine.
Right. But I wonder if there was, if it might have, because most of the flashback scenes all happen in the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, when he was
Yes. And then like you said, Kent, there's 45 solid minutes. And if you count when they're on the raft surviving out in the ocean,
which is also its own kind of torture.
I mean, from that point to the very end, it's nonstop just stress.
And it's probably an hour or more of that.
Yes.
If you put the raft in. Yep. The name of that movie is Race, the Jesse Owens movie, and a Canadian movie from like 10 years ago, so it didn't get widely distributed, but it's really good.
Sorry, Ken.
Go ahead. No.
Something that I appreciated about this movie is, and I'm sure I haven't seen every World War II movie, but I feel like of the ones I've seen, they don't really focus on the Pacific, and they especially don't really focus on being in a prison camp in Japan proper, like in Tokyo or the Tokyo area on the mainland. And then when they the Radio Tokyo people took him, and you kind of saw 1940s Tokyo during the war. I feel like you don't see media like that. Like, I feel like I don't see pre-war Tokyo like I saw in Godzilla, the new Godzilla movie. But I feel like that was an interesting angle to take just from a pure setting standpoint.
If you prisoner of war camp in the East, Bridge over the River Kwai.
Yeah, solid movie.
Yes.
And what was the Spielberg?
Yeah.
I can see the poster for it. It's red with a sun on it, and
Emperor's Son or something like that.
Emperor of the Sun.
The Sun.
Yeah. And that was set in Japan, pre and post war Japan.
Yeah, the South, the road to Tokyo doesn't get anywhere near the attention that the road to Munich did, or Berlin, or whatever else. It just doesn't. Even when you go to the World War II Museum, most people always go to the Germany one, opposed to I don't know why. You just see it happen,
which is crazy.
But they're both incredibly interesting.
The Pacific Theater
it's amazing. The island hopping part of the war, when you walk through that in New Orleans in the World War II Museum, it's incredible. The choices they made, the sacrifices that they made.
I would agree.
It was incredible.
It took until the Ken Burns documentary before I really got a great grasp of the Pacific Theater, right? Because basically all you knew about the Pacific Theater, or at least all I knew about the Pacific Theater, was Pearl Harbor, Midway, and then
Nagasaki and Hiroshima,
and that was it.
Yep.
And you're right. The attention that's paid to the European theater, even though technically, remember, the Germans didn't bomb, unlike John Belushi, the Germans didn't bomb Pearl Harbor, the Japanese did. So you would think that would have gotten a little more attention, but it didn't. I wonder why that is.
Even growing up, like I had a little more exposure to it. I feel just because I have my dad's a World War II boat enthusiast. He loves like naval ships and vessels.
Sure.
So like I had a bit of that growing up just from him.
He needs to go to the World War II Museum.
He
in New
would
Orleans.
love that.
There's a Higgins boat when you first walk in.
But my actual exposure to that, and probably most of my generation, was Call of Duty World at War, because that that game splits you. You're a character in the Pacific Theater, and then you're also a character, a Russian on the European theater. So you're not even going through like the American European theater. You're going through like Stalingrad and stuff.
Right.
But other than that kind of media, then like the Pacific came out by the people who made Band of Brothers.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was good.
Like you guys have said, there's not really that much media about it for some reason.
There isn't.
Now, well, there was a Midway movie.
We missed that one. Yeah.
So you don't think of it in the same way, but this is a small, story. PT 109 about John F. Kennedy and the PT boat he was on, which was in somewhere in the Pacific.
What was that movie from the 80s, I think, where it was about that battleship that
Countdown
carrier that got sent
goes
back
to the future?
time?
Oh, that was so awesome. It's Countdown to Midway, or
I think that's right. Countdown to Midway.
Something. Yeah,
and I thought it was about a modern ship that got sent back to the Pacific Theater.
Right. That's exactly right. Yes. And how they use
My dad loves
how they
that
can
movie.
use the equipment.
But it's fascinating because, and I'm not saying the European theater wasn't violent, because obviously it was, but it seemed like the ferocity in the Pacific.
They were fighting for not a king. They were fighting for someone who was given the power by God.
Correct.
To lead them.
But they're just, the fact that the Japanese would never surrender.
Nope.
No.
They would fight to the very last man
or kill them.
And you hear about, the terrible things that happen on the island. It's crazy because that theater seemed more dramatic from that standpoint, yet it didn't get nearly as much attention as the European theater.
And here's why. You got to go back to when these movies were made.
Sure.
Right? The first World War II movies really started getting made in the late 1940s, early 1950s. They're not going to be making location movies.
Right.
You can't really do the Pacific Theater justice shooting it in LA or anywhere in the US. It's not right. They weren't doing location movies. They were doing, all those World War II, famous World War II movies. Most of them were shot in California. Right. I mean, it's just this
1942
is the reality of production at the time. Number one. Number two, in a very odd sense, the European war became dominant, prominent, because that was where the media coverage was.
Sure.
Most of it, right?
Yeah.
And then the short time between the end of hostilities in Europe and the end of the war wasn't enough to sort of balance that out in the coverage. But I think that was a lot of it. All the coverage was focused there in part because of the communications, right? You had, even Cronkite was over there, but you had Edward Murrow.
Ernie Pyle was there taking all those pictures.
Those people sending stuff back from Europe. So I think those are the core reasons that the European theater became the focus for movies.
Sure.
Yeah. And I mean, I like seeing a Nazi get shot as much as the next guy, but there's a whole bunch of things happening.
I think I prefer World War I movies to World War II movies.
World War I movies
I
are
really
awesome.
do. I think so. So what's the one where the guy was a conscientious objector? What was that one recently? Something Hill.
Yeah.
That movie I love, and I just recently watched it again. It's great. 1918, 1917, all those
1917 is incredible.
Incredible movies.
Here's your connection. Roger Deakins, who shot 1917, the great cinematographer, was the cinematographer here on Unbroken.
Oh, incredible.
Oh, wow. Italian action.
No, but I'm with you. World War I is interesting just from,
and there's been a few of them that I've seen that are smaller that I really like too.
Just seeing like over the course of that war how the technology was forced to just evolve over the course of that whole thing.
There's a documentary that's made just about this one patch of land that the Americans and the British and the Germans were fighting over. And they ended up both deciding we were going to build tunnels because you couldn't go over, and they were tunneling right next to each other. The same technology that's in my oldest son's hearing aid was used to use listening devices to those people who were tunneling through, listening for the other people, so they could try to avoid them. Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, the same technology. That's where it was kind of first figured out how to be able to listen using these bone conduction type of hearing aids. Yeah.
Did you watch any of the Peter Jackson documentary footage, real footage from World War One that he restored?
Probably. We watch me and my youngest watch all the war stuff that we can.
Okay.
So we watch all the new colorized stuff that they just put out there about Hitler and the bomb and all that, and so we probably did.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know what it is about World War One, but it's more interesting to me now at this age than World War II is.
I have I kind of had the opposite. My grandfather was in World War One.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so, well, that's overstated. He was in the army and ended up in France during World War One.
Okay.
But he drove a cart with horses, right? They still used horses.
Yeah, I love him. Yeah.
Well, he came off the farm in Nebraska, so he was in the horse patrol and never came close to the front lines.
Good for him.
That's
why you're
he
here.
was in France, but he was not in the war.
Yeah.
But I've always been interested in it because of that.
My dad was 7 when World War One started. That's how old my father was.
That's right. Yeah, because your father was pretty old.
Yeah, pretty old. Yeah.
So that is Unbroken. Any other final thoughts on?
Well, I would say that movie is called The Final Countdown, where the
ship goes
carrier
back in
goes
time.
back to the day before Pearl Harbor.
My dad loves that
It's
movie.
really good. It's really weird, and the sound that it makes when it's doing the thing is really strange.
If you have a World War II naval dad, they will love that movie.
It's good. Yeah.
I like this movie a lot. I thought it was
The
interesting.
reviews surprised me. I didn't realize that it was that. It's like 53% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Metacritic.
I didn't think it was bad. I just thought it was a little. It leaned a little too much into the torture.
See,
it felt fatiguing by the end.
And parts of me I'm not going to say there wasn't enough torture, but the torture wasn't as bad as I was expecting it to be. Because, like, you hear about the bamboo torture where they would put people on beds of bamboo and let it grow, or you hear about them peeling fingernails. Which you saw one of the characters had happened to them, but you didn't see it happen. I was expecting that kind of torture, not the torture that we got, which, I mean, I'm thankful for. We didn't get that extreme violent stuff, but I was expecting a lot worse, so I guess it didn't bother me that much. It didn't feel grueling to me. It was just
the only time I've ever felt that way, like I had to leave a movie, was The Passion of the Christ.
Yeah.
That one, it went, when it got to the 15-20 minute mark, I was like, okay, please.
Enough. We're done.
That's enough. Come on, please. Let us end this.
End it now.
Yes.
I had the misfortune of seeing that thing twice in 4 days.
Oh my God. That would have been painful.
Yeah.
There was a group of elementary school kids in front of us.
Oh
during
no!
movie.
At the Passion of the
teacher
Christ?
brought the class. It was like 17 of them. My wife and I still talk about it. We can't believe it. They stayed too the whole time.
That's unbelievable.
I know. It was crazy.
The reason it got more negative reviews than you would have thought is what I brought up before. They were hyping the crap out of this thing as a prestige Oscar movie, and
sure.
So they set their own bar and got the review.
This is the next Saving Private Ryan.
Understandable.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Whose pick is
What's
it?
next week?
Josh.
It is Josh. Did
Josh
he
had already
make a
picked
pick?
it. He did. Next week we're gonna watch The Departed.
Oh,
it's a great movie. That movie is so and after you watch it, go watch all the clips of Matt Damon talking about Jack Nicholson in the movie. They're incredible. The ad-lib stuff he did is incredible.
This is one of those movies where I've always heard about and I've just never seen for whatever reason, so I'm really excited to watch it.
It's so good.
By the way, it's on Netflix.
That's a great item. I'm not sure.
I think it's on Netflix.
Okay, good choice.
The Departed. Yes, it is. I just looked it up. It is on Netflix.
Yes. All right, there we go.
So
The Departed. It is. And then pretty soon we'll all be departed for football season.
Yes, we will.
Well, Kent,
I will be making my first appearance at the stadium on, I believe it's Wednesday of next week.
Oh, you're going to eat. You're going to eat.
Got it, brother.
You're going to eat, baby. 2:30. Yes. Yeah, we're going to eat, baby.
Yeah, this is the first time they've ever done anything like this.
No, they've done it at the College World Series a bunch, but they've never done it.
They do it at Pinnacle Bank Arena every.
They do. Okay. Well, of course, this is the first year.
A new one, yeah.
Yeah, they brought in Aramark, and so now here I'm just going to read this.
Okay.
These are the different things that they're going to have at the stadium this year. Black Shirt Barbecue.
Okay.
Tunnel Walk Tacos.
Okay.
Herbie's Burger Company.
So far, this is awesome.
Chick and Coop.
They fired him.
Cornhusker Crunch Nachos. 402 Snacks. Cobb Company.
That's
and the one that sounds the least appetizing to me, 1923 cheesesteak.
I hope it's not.
Age. People like aged steak.
I love
like aged
cheesesteaks,
beef,
but
yeah.
just 1923
That's
cheesesteak.
just weird. So I'm sorry. What is 1923?
That's the first day. That's the
Days
opening
when the
stadium.
stadium-
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That is 100 years from today.
Yeah, I think we could have come up with a better name than 1923
Oh,
cheesesteak.
I mean, they found it under the stadium, and they're like, we really need to.
We got to sell this thing.
Yeah.
Ed Weir once ate this cheesesteak.
That's probably right.
So you're going to be
That's
testing. We'll have to get a review from you next Friday on what you ate.
There you go.
Absolutely.
All right.
It's a tough job, but somebody's got to
See you there, Kent.
See you, Michael.
All right. So The Departed next week and Kent's food review, right?
Yes, and Kent's food review. That's Hacksaw Ridge is the one I'm a big fan of. My dog trainer Dave said Hacksaw Ridge is the one World War I movie I like.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a really good movie.
It's a great movie. Did not expect that when I went to go see it in the movie theater, and I was like, this is one of the best movies I saw all year.
The Peter Jackson one that I seem to remember that you reviewed for us way back, They Shall Not Grow
Shall
Old.
Not Grow Old.
That's it.
Wow.
Yep.
I need to watch that. It's been on my list.
Yeah, I did see that.
It's that same. It used that technology that then they used for Get Back for the Beatles movie, where they could go back and magically put all this footage and audio back together, and it's just footage from then, and it's just fascinating because of that.
Well, Kent, we'll talk to you next week. Have a great weekend and stay inside because it's going to be nasty hot.
Believe me, I intend to.
I believe
All
it.
right.
All right.
See you
See ya. There he is.
Bye,
Kent
Kent.
Wolgamott of the Lincoln Journal-Star. When we come back, we didn't get Michael's opinion on this yesterday. We talked about it yesterday, but we have also got a second team all-time AP All-American.
Yes.
I want to hit Michael up with some of the misses that they may have had coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Live from St. Joe, 1620 The Zone presents a Chiefs training camp report brought to you by Hy-Vee, official partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, here's John and Josh with the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holtis.
All right, fellas, thank you for getting Ed Sheeran to record the open for the segment. You're getting all these British stars and performers to get to do that open. That's great, you guys. Thank you so much. All right, it's time for your game list here. Tonight's a game. We're going to play the Seahawks tonight in Seattle. I hope you have your game jerseys on, by the way, in the hallway. There'll be a pep rally right after this segment. Okay, Chiefs and Seahawks, here's your list going down the line. 1, who can keep the consistency with the younger receivers? Jalen Royals, Tyquan Thornton, Nico Remigio were all good last week at Arizona, but can they do it again against a good Seattle secondary? Remember, there's 14 wide receivers in camp, but only 6 will probably make the 53-man roster on Labor Day weekend. And receivers 5 and 6 must be special teams contributors. We're going to talk about all that tonight. The battle at running back is going to be influenced by tonight. Carson Steele, last year's camp darling, is fighting to get a spot on this team. But can Elijah Mitchell, the free agent from the 49ers, show a burst that he had his rookie year with San Francisco? Don't expect Kareem Hunt to play. He's got a minor quad injury. At tight end, can Robert Tonyan, the former Packer star, become the new Blake Bell Belldozer tight end on this team? Tonyan led the Chiefs in receiving in Arizona last week. Can he do it again? And what about second-year tight end Jared Wiley? Also, the 7 rookies in this 2025 draft class are on the checklist, plus the undrafted rookie free agents guy like Jason Brownlee. All those guys have left an impression in training camp and in last week's game at Arizona. But can they do it again? Especially left tackle Josh Simmons, who's going to get a few more reps tonight, and the rookie cornerback Noel Williams, as well as defensive end Ashton Gelati. And finally, we're going to get more into detail on who will play and not play tonight, so everybody needs to listen to the pregame. But expect a lot of snaps for Chiefs backup quarterback Gardner Minshew, the mustachioed one, who will be with the number 1 offensive line for a good deal this evening. That gives a real-world laboratory if, shudder to think, Patrick Mahomes would get hurt. I'm in Seattle, ready to go. I'm Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs.
Appreciate it, Mitch. Brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Michael really appreciates it because he forgot to prepare questions today for me.
Yeah. I didn't ask any questions last week. Last time I did it, but he was referencing something that was way too old. Laverne and Shirley. And Josh had no concept what he was talking about, and I tried to jump in and say, "Don't worry, I'm here for you.
I get it.
I'm here for you." Yeah, the Saints have. We were talking about this off the air. Saints have 0 primetime games. They have the majority of them are noon starts. They have 5. They have 7 3:25 or 3 o'clock games, and then everything else is a noon.
And those
start.
are probably all games on the West Coast, right?
Yes.
Or, they couldn't be
at Seattle. Well, no, they have one at New England or against New England. They have one against Tampa. One against the Rams, one against Atlanta, one against Carolina. Okay. Those are their 3 o'clock games. Everything else, 0 primetime games.
Well, but we get all 3 of their preseason games. So
that is correct, sir.
There is the trade-off.
That is my trade-off.
Dana Holgorsen spoke today.
Yes,
tomorrow is the second scrimmage, the second of 2 scrimmages in this fall camp. One of the things he wants to see more, sustained drives. Says we've been through a lot of situations which have been excellent, but now I've got to see if we can sustain a drive.
100, John, and 21. That is where Nebraska ranked last year in finishing drive rate.
121st.
121st out of, I think, 135 or 36 or something.
It's in the 130s.
Yeah, it's went up this year. But yes, finishing drive rate has been the bane of my existence for Nebraska going back to 2019, actually, 2019.
Each of the top three units will get 40 snaps, according to Dana Holgorsen.
Yeah.
He also said that he has implored Dylan Raiola to make routine plays.
Yes.
And he said, quote, "We've been explosive at times, which I haven't seen since I've been here."
Yeah, they were last year before the changeover. They had explosive pass plays because that's all they could really do, and very unexplosive running plays. And then when Dana took over, the explosive pass plays almost went away completely. It all became shorter, and the run explosive plays actually
went up.
Yeah.
Here was the money quote. It's different when he's out there, Holgorsen said about Raiola, just from the communication, the confidence, and just making routine plays. His leadership is outstanding. The play is fantastic. And he's making throws that I've never seen before.
Like, I think he's saying from him.
Probably.
I think he's saying those he's never seen from Dylan Raiola.
Correct.
That's what I think
Not
he's saying.
throws that he's personally has
never
never seen
before. Right. That's what I think he's saying.
Holgorsen has also said that Raiola has been asked to do a lot of scrambling, quote, whether it's boots or nakeds or just getting him out of the pocket and extending plays. I see that really being advanced right now.
So a boot, we all brought up, and a naked are the same. A waggle is when you bring a guard or tackle to protect him.
Now you're just saying words.
No. Boot and naked, same thing, depending on which system you're in, I believe.
Sure.
But the waggle, when you bring somebody to protect him, that's my favorite.
I've always equated naked bootleg with a play where you are running.
No, naked means there's no blocker for you.
Right.
Right. In general, that's a key part of the West Coast offense, right? Huge part of the West Coast offense.
Correct.
You throw that quick little either bang eight or you throw the little Y stick off of that. Just quick roll out, boom, boom. Or even the play they run down by the goal line when you sneak somebody out of the backfield.
Yep.
It can be the fullback or maybe it's a tight end that's playing H-back. The same thing. But him saying that kind of threw me off. I was like, well, that's the same thing, isn't it? But for him,
it must be
the many
different.
different systems that he's been in, I don't know.
Also, Holgorsen said that Jalen Gramstad and TJ Lateef splitting reps at the number 2 quarterback spot.
Yeah, TJ Lateef is really impressing everybody out there. I think it's because he's come along faster than they thought. I really liked him when he came in. Functionally accurate, can run, got a big enough arm. Not Dylan's arm, but still, I'm kind of surprised just because of Grandpa has got a lot more time, a lot more snaps. But I think in the end, it's one of those things. If it's a short time, it's Grandpa. If it's a long time because of a major injury, then it's TJ Lateef.
And Dominic Raiola spoke today. Not
Donovan.
Yeah.
They had to move the camera up because his head was cut off because they had it down for.
Yeah. Uncle Don, as we call him, said the tackle battles are still wide open. And when he would like the depth chart decided, quote, probably game day.
Game 1. He is an offensive lineman. This is what offensive linemen are. They don't tell you too much about anything. They just don't. They don't. Remember, was it the Buffalo Bills or was it New England Patriots that wouldn't say their names? Sunday Night Football, they wouldn't say their names.
I thought it was Buffalo.
They just ran like the voiceover of it.
Right.
Yeah, because they're like, no, we're offensive linemen. We're not doing that stuff.
Anything.
We're not doing that stuff. Yeah.
Josh isn't here because he keeps the list. Put it on the list.
Get the eggs.
Elijah Pritchett will not be the opening night starter.
See, I've said that. Got yelled at for that. I think he starts left tackle against Cincinnati. I don't think he holds the position, but I think he starts. I don't know what it is about him when I watch him. He's not, I hate saying this because I'm a big fat guy here, but he's not a natural looking athlete. It's weird. Like, I think the way Teddy's playing, when we saw him in practice a couple times now, playing right tackle, looks very healthy. And I think that Gunnar Gatula looks like an athlete out there at tackle. I think those are going to be the two guys for me. But I think Pritchett gets the first start.
Is that based just on
money?
The NIL?
It's vibes. It's all vibes.
Money.
I'm gonna say he does not start game 1.
Because it seems like every practice now that people are having a chance to see, it seems like he's out there at the 1. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think he holds it.
We'll get to the because we did find out the second team all-time All-America list.
Yeah.
Remember yesterday, Nebraska got 2 on the all-time first team. Did anyone land on the second team? And we'll get Michael's takes on that as well. And it's One Beer Friday coming up. Make sure you send us a pic of what you're drinking. We'll make sure to retweet it. Use that hashtag One Beer Friday, and we'll get going next on 1620 The Zone. We told you a little bit earlier, special announcement this football season. Michael and I will be hosting 1620 the pregame from Memorial Stadium, Blur Party's tailgate, live for every home game this year. So we'll start with the Akron game 7 times this year. We'll start 2.5 hours before kickoff. So, and I did not mention this the first time, on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app, Zone TV, and 1019 The Keg.
And 1019
And
The
1019
Keg.
The Keg.
Oh, on
So-
the keg.
So, as
Can we
you're-
curse?
No, it's satellite, Michael.
It's not satellite radio. So as you're driving to the game, pulling up to the stadium, turn us on and we'll entertain you and inform you. And Michael will have all of his research that he worked so hard on.
All the research.
And a reminder that we are, thanks to our friends at Blur Parties, where we are going to be doing that pregame show, 1620 the pregame. We're giving away a pair of Blur tickets to the Nebraska-Cincinnati tailgate at Arrowhead Stadium. So enter to win now at 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
So yesterday, we talked about this a little bit, but the all-time AP All-American team was released. So they got 12 college football writers.
Yep.
The criteria was that the participants had to be at least an All-American once.
Right.
So they had to be a first-team All-American once to get on the list. And they were not supposed to supposed to emphasize their pro career. It was just about what they did in college.
Recency bias.
And
do that
recency
too.
bias.
Yeah. I would have gotten, by the way, 3 of the 4 of the front on the first team defense. I would not have gotten Bronco Nagurski, but if you'd have asked me for my list, I would have had Hugh Green, my favorite players of all time. I would have had Sue, and I would have had Randy White. I would not have gotten Bronco Nagurski though from 1929.
It almost feels like that
They forced
was
that one a little.
That was a nod towards, hey, we forgot we got to have someone from before World War II.
I believe that Reggie White was a first team All-American. I'm assuming Reggie White was at Tennessee. He was really good.
Aaron Donald?
Aaron Donald was pretty good at Pitt. Yep.
Quite a few.
I know.
But they did also unveil today the second team.
Yep.
And one of the things I think.
What did you think about for the first team? What did you think about going with Tebow at first team quarterback? I spent a little time. I dug into this a little bit today, and I think it's your only choice you can make based off of the national championship games, based off his Heisman voting, winning one, finishing in the top 5, I think in another, all the honors he had, and his numbers and the amount of wins his teams had. It would be really hard not to. I went back. I tried to find somebody else. I couldn't find anybody else to go over him.
I think one of the issues is because we think of quarterback as a numbers position, right? And Tebow had good numbers, but that's not really why he won those awards or won those games. I mean, he was the ultimate gamer, right? And I think one of the problems is you think about, okay, who are some of the other quarterbacks who won national championships?
Yeah.
They were guys like a Tommy Frazier, for example, didn't put up big numbers. And I don't think he was ever first team All-American.
I don't think so either.
He might have been as a senior, maybe, because he wasn't he the
well, he would only played how many games?
I'm thinking 95. But then you think about all those Miami quarterbacks.
And none of those
guys were first.
1 year, like 1 year for Testaverde, 1 year for Kozar, 1 year for Brock. I looked at those, and none of them. He has 3 years because he has his freshman year where he was kind of with Chris Leak, and then he has his year winning the Heisman, and there's another year.
The voting was really close. Apparently, Vince Young was very close.
And Vince Young's really a 1.5 year guy.
Yes,
he's almost a Sue guy.
I know he's not one of your favorites, but Peyton Manning.
And the thing about Peyton Manning is, you go back to his career, never won the big one.
He didn't.
So he lost to Florida every time. And obviously
he didn't, but it's not like, I mean, Hugh Green never won a national title. Sue never won a national title. We seem
but a quarterback is the one that's got to win the big one.
I know.
Hugh Green was on the best team in 1980. They didn't win a national title. Yes. But I think that's what it is. I think it's the fact that for quarterback, you got to win that title. Or even 2, like Tebow gets.
As we mentioned, though, we did not have the second team yesterday. We have the second team today, and that's where we find Dave Remington.
Yes.
Which I thought he should have been on the first team. I thought Dave Remington should have been on the first team.
Well, the award is named after him. The only other center Now, I don't know Chuck Bednarik and how good he was. The only other center I can think of that had the accolades that he had in college was Dwight Stevenson. Off the top of my head.
And
that's the only one I can think of.
Where did he play college?
Did he play? Was it Louisville?
I don't remember.
I think
Dwight
that's where it
Stevenson was a longtime Dolphins center.
Yeah, until his knees went.
Right. But is there another center in history that won his conference's offensive player of the year?
No, and it never happened. Never happened.
Dave Remington did in 1981, and he was a two-time first-team
Alabama.
Alabama. Oh, that's right. Alabama.
Yep, Alabama.
So yes, that to me I thought was a snub, but Dave Remington got on.
2 national championships for Stevenson. Was second-team All-American. Oh, he was never a first-team All-American.
Who?
Dwight Stevenson.
Okay, so
he was back-to-back second team and one third team, and one back-to-back championship. Never was first team. Okay,
but here was the second team offense: wide receivers Devontae Smith and Desmond Howard.
Devontae Smith with all of the great wide receivers throughout the history of college football. Yes, he won the Heisman. I get that, but man, that would be hard to. There's so many other ones. Like think about how good Michael Irvin was at Miami.
Really good.
You know, and he wasn't even as good as some of the other wide receivers that have come out of Miami.
Right.
I don't. That's tough.
The tackles were Jonathan Ogden and Bryant McKinney.
You know what the snub is, and it's not their fault because he's not a first-team All-American, but one of the greatest is Anthony Munoz. And for some reason,
he was never first
team,
which is crazy.
I know. This is a guy who's in every single Hall of Fame there is in the world.
The guards was Brad Buddy of Southern Cal from 1979 and John Smith from the 1927 Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
John Smith.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, I would not have.
Of course, we mentioned that Dave Remington. The only other tight end that I could think of, the first tight end that popped into my mind yesterday when we were talking about the first team.
I can't believe it's Bauer.
Was Brock Bowers. The first tight end that popped into my head was the guy who made second team, Keith Jackson.
Yeah. Man, I just can't.
But Jeremy Shockey.
Incredible. Yeah.
And Kellen Winslow.
Both of them had very good careers. Not as good as Bowers, obviously. Bowers' career with Georgia was incredible. What about oh my God. The Penn State guy. Was it Kyle Brady?
Oh,
Kyle Brady had to be a first team.
Probably.
He had to be
probably
All-American. Yeah, I guess it's just weird. That's a recency bias one, Bowers.
Yeah. The running backs, we were talking about this off the air, but the second team running backs, remember the first team running backs were Barry Sanders and Herschel Walker.
Yep.
I love Barry Sanders, but he was really a one-year guy.
Yeah, he only had the 1 year.
Because he was right.
Backing up the Thurman Thomas.
He was backing up Thurman Thomas.
The kickoff returner.
Right.
Then, yeah.
And I suppose,
but the 1 year is 2,800 yards?
I thought it was 26, but it was still ridiculous.
But it was still like 11 games.
Yeah. But the second team running backs were Tony Dorsett and Archie Griffin, of course, the only back-to-back and two-time Heisman winner. But we were talking off the air. I would not have Archie Griffin among my top 20 running backs of all time.
I was actually talking about this with Johnny, and I said I respect his 2 Heisman trophies, but there's a lot of guys. Marcus Allen, I told you, I think I said this to you before. I used to get up Monday morning to get the USA Today so I could read, because on the top of the page that whole year they were tracking to see if he'd be the second guy to get 2,000. And I think he ended up getting like 2,300.
Yeah.
He was incredible that year.
Was Adrian Peterson a first team?
Had to be his freshman year. He had to be his freshman year, I would guess.
I mean, that's
AP is one of them. Talking about, to be that good. I don't know. There's a lot of,
and
well,
not
I said
Reggie
Billy
Bush.
Sims. Reggie Bush split time a little bit,
Billy Sims, Charles White, you said.
Yeah. These are really good players. Just that whole stretch, what you had from basically 76 all the way through Earl Campbell in 77, and what you had with both Charles White and then Marcus Allen a couple of years later. George Rogers at South Carolina. Incredible. That was 80, right?
In 1980.
Right?
Yeah, he was the year before Herschel.
Yeah. So, it's hard to say that we leave off with the 2-time Heisman Trophy winner, but I wonder, I've never gone back to look. Who was like second and third place those years? Like most times, what I told Johnny is that most times you didn't have the opportunity because they only gave it to seniors.
Yep.
And then when they started giving to juniors, those guys were leaving after junior year. So it was hard to do, to be back to back.
Archie Griffin in 1974.
Yeah, who's the
Anthony Davis was second.
Okay.
Joe Washington was third.
Oh, wow.
I did not know this.
Who?
Dave Humm was fifth in the Heisman voting.
In 74?
In 74.
Wow.
And if you look at Dave Humm's numbers, they weren't, he 12 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 1,400 yards. But it just shows you he got 23 first place votes. It just shows you how reputation of the school really played in. Randy White, who we talked about, finished 9th in the voting. And then in 75.
And please don't ever go back and look at the old touchdown interceptions by quarterbacks. They were allowed to hold the wide receivers. They were allowed to kill the wide receivers. They did all kinds of things. Those guys would have had better touchdown interception ratings, but they were going against defenses that just grabbed and pulled and pushed and did everything.
Heisman voting in 75, Archie Griffin, Chuck Muncie.
Chuck, my boy!
Was second. But Griffin had twice the number of points.
Yeah.
I meant to look at the numbers. Let's see. Oh, heck, he had twice the number of points over Anthony Davis. So he won in a landslide
both years.
Back-to-back years.
Okay.
But Chuck Muncie was second. Ricky Bell was third.
Oh, my God. The tragedy of Ricky Bell.
Tony Dorsett was fourth, and Joe Washington was fifth.
And that was that's his junior year.
Yes.
75.
Because Tony won it the next year.
Yep. Okay.
So that's how those Heisman votes went. Let's see. Did I finish up the list? Let me look.
So you said Vince Young was the second one.
Vince Young was the second team quarterback. Martin Gramatica was the second team kicker, and Tim Brown was the second team all-purpose.
All-purpose, yeah.
Of course, Johnny Rodgers was first.
I'm not playing quarterback against Bubba Smith, Bruce Smith, Leroy Selman, and Warren Sapp. That's your second team defensive line.
Incredible.
That is incredible. That is ridiculous. People, and you know what's funny about Bubba Smith is people know him from the Police Academy movies. You don't know how great this guy was.
He was tremendous. He was great in the NFL.
He was a Southerner. He's one of those mini Southerners that couldn't play at any of the schools down there because they hadn't integrated yet. Had to go up to Michigan State and was dominant up there.
The linebackers were Jerry Robinson, UCLA in mid-70s, Brian Bosworth, and Lawrence Taylor.
Lawrence is not a bad player. He was not a bad player.
The problem is his college. I don't remember his college career. Of course, we didn't get North Carolina games here, and it was 1980. Obviously, we know what he was in the NFL. Cornerback, second team, Champ Bailey.
Was he the second overall pick in the draft?
I believe so.
So pretty good.
Champ Bailey and Tyrann Mathieu.
Tyrann Mathieu, I was thinking was more of a nickelback, but yeah.
The safeties were Benny Blades, Miami, and Al Broski from Illinois, 1951.
Don't know about Al.
And congrats, Iowa. You swept both punters.
Reggie
Go
Roby,
Hawks!
baby.
Reggie Roby.
Reggie Roby with his watch. Reggie Roby wore a watch.
He did.
I like watches.
So he could time his hang time.
That's awesome.
Yes. He kicked the ball. His leg went straight up in the air, and he would go boop, and it would time his.
Do we happen to know what kind of watch it was?
It was one of those Timexes. It was like a Timex.
Oh, incredible!
Yeah, it was like a Timex. Yeah,
nice.
He had to have the greatest leg extension I can ever remember.
He and Ray Guy. Yep.
His leg
straight up in the air,
so high in the air.
Yep.
And of course, they'd make a big deal of the ball's always going over the lip of the stadium. It's always higher than the stadium.
Yeah, always afraid that he was going to kick the gondola in the middle of the Superdome.
Right.
Yeah, because he's booming kick.
He did not do it. So overall. And you mentioned this, I don't remember if you said this on the air or off the air. I think it was off the air. But the two schools that led with the most first-team selections were Ohio State and Pitt.
People don't know how good Pitt was. Pitt was, because when I'm coming up in football, watching them from 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, that was really, really good teams. And obviously you had Marino playing there, and you had a great bunch of defensive players and great running backs all the way going back to the 76 team with Tony Dorsett. They were loaded. And we know Ohio State how good they were, but people don't think about Pitt. I always thought Pitt was a team that should have been in the Big Ten. Pitt and Penn State should have gone together because the rivalry was so good. It stopped being played forever because of that. But Big Ten led everybody by conference. 7 Big Ten players. The SEC, take that SEC, only 5.
By the way, the school with the most AP All-Americans ever is Notre Dame with 85, Alabama 83, Ohio State 79, Nebraska is 8th on the list at 54, which is more than Miami and Florida State. Of course, Miami and Florida State basically got all of theirs post-1980.
One of the things that I thought was pretty incredible is So you look at what Miami and Florida State did because, Florida State was a girls' school and Miami came out of nowhere. And then you look at what Nebraska is still where they rank despite the last 20 years. So it shows you how good they were.
Yes.
That they're still where they are now after what's happened the last 20 years.
So there it is. The first and second team AP all-time All-America. Why did they do it this year? Is this like some anniversary or something?
Is it the anniversary of when it started?
I don't think so. AP poll was what, in 36? 37? Maybe? I don't know.
Well, 36 would make sense because maybe do it for next. That's 100 years. If you go from 36 to 20, I mean, no, never mind.
90.
Yeah, 90 years. Yeah.
Gotta be your bowl.
I was thinking about the thing, yeah.
One Beer Friday coming up next. And when we come back, Michael has another run of fun facts, fascinating facts on every Big Ten team and Cincinnati.
And Cincinnati, exactly.
Because they're the first opponent, which is 13 days away. So One Beer Friday coming up next. Stay right there. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You've probably At Beers Center.
Each week, Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, it was one beer Friday.
Bum, 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 bum.
One Beer Friday. That guy is a Supreme Court justice.
Yes, he
Highest
is.
law in the land.
Yes, he is.
Supreme Court justice.
And another one of those guys is running the country. Running.
A Supreme Court justice?
No, another one of the guys in the
Donald
open
Trump.
that you made.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it was an official hearing, you know. Anyway, welcome. It's One Beer Friday, brought to you by us, 1620 The Zone.
Yay!
Send us a pic of what you're drinking. I found some Lining. I didn't know they made this. Lining Kugel's Juicy Peach.
I didn't either, but I'm stoked for it. I
Does it
like
smell
peach.
like peach?
Oh, yeah.
I like peach a
Smells
lot.
like peach.
I like a good peach iced tea.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
The
I
best-
can't stand the smell of beer. So, you know, the smell of beer grosses me out. That actually smells pretty good.
Tastes pretty good too.
It's
Thank you,
not
John.
bad. The best peach is from Thunderbird.
I drank Thunderbird when I was a kid.
Out at no.
Oh, never mind.
No, not Thunder.
Grape Thunderbird.
Thunderhead.
Thunderhead Brewing out in Kearney.
Okay.
They do the Prairie Peach.
Prairie Peach.
That's my favorite.
Okay.
This was pretty good as well. It is a One Beer Friday. Send us a pic of what you're drinking and we'll retweet it. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. This is kind of the annual anniversary of when Michael comes in and guest hosts for Josh. Because last year, right before the season, we did fun facts for every Big Ten team.
And mine for Indiana was Kurt Cignetti had never had a losing season. That's why I believe it was over 6.5.
Okay.
At the time for the alternate line, and then did over 7.5 for them after I had a little text argument with Nick Bah over who would be better, Indiana or UCLA.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you won.
What Cignetti don't let you down, bro.
So is there going to be another tell about the upcoming season in this year's edition of Michael's Big Ten Fun Facts and Cincinnati?
You want to start with Cincinnati?
Why not? I mean, Nebraska's starting with Cincinnati. If it's good enough to start with Cincinnati, it's good enough to start this with Cincinnati.
We start with Cincinnati. Their random stat or interesting number for Cincinnati is, you know how much I love the middle eight.
The middle eight.
Love
That's
the middle
4
eight.
minutes, end of the first half, 4 minutes, start of second half.
Middle eight. 125th in the country. 125th in the country in middle eight. The Bearcats last year.
And is that judging by points?
Yeah, that's points.
That's points.
That's points. How many did you score in those last 4 minutes? And then also it's the differential. So how
the point
the
differential.
other team scores for the middle eight as well. And just a quick Sorsby note, 9 big-time throws last year, 13 turnover-worthy plays. And they were bottom 10 in pass explosiveness last year.
You better run, Cincinnati.
And he will run, and he will run, and he will run.
You better run.
And he will run.
Cincinnati.
Start Ohio State in the Big
Okay.
Ten. This is crazy. Your number, John, is 67.
Let me guess. 67.
67.
Ooh, 67. That's just kind of a odd football number. Man.
You'll never get it. It's the combination of how many 5-star and 4-star players they have on the roster.
That's a lot.
67. They lost 17 players last year
Unbelievable.
to the NFL with either draft or undrafted free agent. They have 67, 12 5-stars and 55 4-stars. That is why Ohio State is picked again to be where they are after losing all those players.
And why they're always in the blue chip ratio.
Exactly. Nittany Lions.
State Penn.
State Penn. That's cold-blooded. Drew Aller, 11-0 last year when he completed more than 62% of his passes.
Ooh.
2-3 when he was below that.
Interesting.
They're 18-0 over the last 2 years when he goes over 62%.
So the more efficient he is, the more dangerous they become.
By the way, last year they lost to the number 1, the number 2, the number 3 teams in the country.
I mean, that's like the opposite of 71 Nebraska. Who beat
exactly.
all those teams right behind them.
Yep.
That's a good reason to bank on Penn State. Are you liking Penn State this year?
Every year, I bet $20 for them to win a national championship.
Yeah, but that's more for your loyalty to them.
Yes. I have the same feeling I always do. If they can overcome their head coach making poor decisions and overruling his offensive and defensive coordinators, they have a chance.
Okay.
They had 2 goal line stands where they stopped themselves from beating Ohio State last year. 2 of them.
They did.
And Ohio State would have had a 3rd loss, and I would have won my bet that they didn't make the college football playoff. That was one of my predictions in our thing last year. We did them not making it, and they would have had 3 losses.
Okay.
If Penn State could have just finished from the goal line.
But they didn't.
They did not. It's very true. It's very sad.
Next team.
Oregon.
Seems like we're going in order of like the most powerful teams.
I put it that. That's the way direction I have it in there.
Okay. Oregon.
4 of their middle 6 games in the season they're playing teams coming off a bye.
Oh.
Yeah.
4
of the 6 middle games in their schedule.
Wow.
The teams are coming off a bye.
I mean, just having 4 in one season seems very high. I know Nebraska's got 2 at least because both the California teams are coming off a bye. Is that the only?
I think Nebraska has at least 1 more.
Okay.
Yeah, they have at least 1 more.
Wow, 4.
Yeah, and if you're worrying about Dante Moore, 14 big-time throws, 12 turnover-worthy plays in terms of the rate that he has. So not horrible, just not very good.
Do you know, by the way, who the 4 teams are that Oregon has? They're playing off of.
Oh, I do not. I didn't put that down. I just looked at the.
Okay, that's no big.
Look at
that's tough.
Yeah, and there's only 1 team, I believe, in all of Power 4 that plays 0 teams coming off a bye, and I'll have that later.
Okay.
So Wisconsin. No, Michigan. Michigan.
I was going to say, is Wisconsin that high on your list?
No, 8.5 was their total on here. Minus 160.
Okay.
I went on that one. It's based. I went by number to win the Big Ten. They're plus 800 to win the Big Ten.
Okay.
So I went by order by that.
All right.
Easiest Big Ten schedule. Believe it or not, 5 of their conference games are versus the bottom 6 teams: Purdue, Northwestern, Michigan State, Wisconsin, and Maryland. They play teams that are all 5.5 points and 5.5 wins in their totals or below. Purdue's 3.5, Northwestern's 3.5, Maryland is 4.5, with Michigan State's 5.5, Wisconsin's 5.5. Easiest Big Ten schedule based off of win projections, preseason totals.
Yet they play Michigan, Ohio State, and Oregon this year.
But they also play the teams that are tied for bottom 12 or below. So Wisconsin.
It's basically an extreme schedule. They're either teams at the bottom or teams at the top.
Yeah, it's nobody else plays this many of the bottom teams. Nobody does.
By the way, K Ford's got them at 39% to win 6 games.
Really?
39%
you get
to
a
win
ton of
6
juice
games.
to do 8.5. Not that 9.5, which is I believe is now plus money. By the way, to make the playoff is only plus 200.
For Wisconsin?
No, this is Michigan.
Oh, Michigan.
Michigan.
Oh,
For
that's
Michigan.
right. Why are we talking about Wisconsin?
I'm sorry.
Because you confused me.
I'll get to them later. Illinois is your next one.
All right, Illinois.
But last year, right? This is why I was talking about this earlier, explaining why people think that they are overrated. Why? So they're 5-1 in 1 possession games last year. They trailed in the 4th quarter in 5 of their 9 wins. And I mentioned this earlier. The teams they beat, 42-66. And then Altmaier, 1 big-time throw in the games against Oregon and Penn State, 6 turnover-worthy plays. Yes. But by the way, they are a team that faced 10 new quarterbacks.
And by the way, Illinois starts with 7 straight games before they get to the idle week, and there's a good chance they're 4-3 at that point because they have
a possibility.
Indiana, USC, and Ohio State.
Well, that Indiana game is going to determine who that team is. Like, who is the team you think they're going to be? You're going to know what Indiana is or what Illinois is in that game.
And that is week 4.
I like Indiana.
At Indiana.
Indiana, another team that's
another Indiana.
8.5 over 8.5 is plus 120. Indiana plus 15 last year in turnovers. What would Nebraska do to be plus 15 in turnovers?
They would have to sell their souls to the devil.
Multiple souls. Also,
they just being +1 for Nebraska would be a victory.
How weak was the schedule last year?
Pretty weak.
The wins came against teams with a combined 51-81 record.
Ooh.
Yeah. And by the way, my guy, Fernando Mendoza, who I really like, who I think can be good from Cal, and he was playing for Cal, had 17 turnover-worthy plays at Cal last year. That's a ton.
And what is their win total again?
Their win total is 8.5 plus 120 for over. They're 35-1 to win the Big Ten. They're 35-1 to make the playoff, and they are 100-1 to win the championship. We're going to go Nebraska. Nebraska. 7.5 at MGM, over -165. At DK, by the way, only -105. It's a huge difference in juice.
That is a big difference.
It's a difference in juice.
I would go bet at DraftKings if you're thinking over.
In case you're wondering, +600 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
Here's my number. Dane Key, 2.8 yards per route run. Now, think about that. How many times a wide receiver is going out into the pattern? 2.8 doesn't sound like a lot. If you're over 1, you're quality. If you're over 2, you're exceptional. If you're over 2.5, where he is at 2.8, is a remarkable
and explain
number.
what that means. What is route run?
So per how many yards he has, and then divide it by routes run. So it says he has 100 yards, and he runs 60 routes, right? Just do that math.
Okay.
If you're 2.8 on a guy who's probably going to run 40 routes in a game, it's pretty darn good.
Now, are they counting the actual routes, or is it just raw plays?
Every time he goes out for a route.
Okay.
So there's times where he'll stand at the line of scrimmage, or maybe he's running a reverse or a dummy thing, or
And
something
that
like that.
won't count.
They won't count. It's just when he goes out for a route.
Wow, that's okay.
It's a really good number. It's a really good number. And you know these numbers. 0-27 versus ranked teams. 0-8 in overtime. -20 points. 10-35 in one possession games.
Haven't gotten a first down
since 2018. So I told you that. 10-35. 35 losses in one possession games since 2018. Who do you think's second? I'll give you a hint. It's a MAC school. Got a little bit of relationship in Nebraska.
Western Michigan?
Northern Illinois. 25.
Whew.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
Nebraska leads by a ton.
By a ton, exactly. USC, the Fighting Trojans.
The Trojans.
They are over 7.5, -130. Somebody in this room bet that. Don't know who it was.
K Ford has them at 8.1 wins, 67% chance of 8 wins.
You can also bet them on DK to make the Big Ten championship game. Not to win, you can bet them to make the championship game.
Yeah, I think that's a little too.
I kind of like that.
That's a little too steep.
They led in the fourth quarter in their first 11 games of the season. The only other teams to do that were Boise, UNLV, Oregon, and Notre Dame. Those combined for the season had 6 losses. USC had 5. Wow. They were unlucky. This is the whole analytics thing.
Yes.
They were unlucky.
Yes, they were.
They couldn't finish.
So they went 6-5 in those 11 games.
Yep.
Leading in the fourth quarter.
Yes. The only game they didn't lead in was the Notre Dame game at the end of the season.
Right.
Yep. Washington.
There's some folks who like Washington.
Yeah, they're 7.5 total at -110.
And that's exactly where K Ford has them, 7.5 wins.
Ryan Walters takes over at DC. You know that. Their running back, Jonah Coleman. I found this incredible. I feel like I'm sick. I found this incredible. Jonah Coleman, running back, forced 67 missed tackles on 129 carries.
So that's basically averaging a half missed tackle per carry.
Yes.
And that seems very high.
He averaged 4.3 yards after contact.
That is high.
That is very high. If you're over 3, you're good.
4.3 yards just rushing overall. It's not great, but it's acceptable. But 4.3 yards after contact?
After contact. Jonah Coleman. Remember him. If you're playing fantasy college football, I recommend grabbing that dude.
Okay. There's some advice, kids.
Our friends from Iowa.
Iowa.
Under 7.5, -145, over 7, -120. They're plus 760 to make the playoff, by the way. They haven't had a wide receiver over 500 yards since
2012,
2019.
Oh,
still, we're talking. That's crazy.
That's a long time ago.
That's 500 yards. That's not a lot.
No,
it's not a lot. Last year, Iowa played 7 of the bottom 8 teams. This year they play, and one of the top 6 last year. So they played 7 of the bottom 8 and one of the top 6. This year they play 5 of the top 7 and none of the bottom 4.
Ooh.
Yeah. But if you like Kurt Ferentz and betting on him, especially when they're on the road, in the last 10 years, 30-16 against the spread on the road.
30-16
against the spread on the road. This is a guy who man can coach, believe it or not.
Yes, he can.
Minnesota. This is quick. They lost 10 players. That team last year, they lost 10 players to the NFL. 6 off of their defense. Isn't that crazy? They lost 10 players who are on rosters for the NFL.
Obviously, they weren't all drafted.
Weren't all drafted.
How many do they have drafted?
Don't know.
I'll look.
I just went over there overall on rosters. 10 of them on rosters, 6 off the defense. By the way, under 7 is plus 115 for them. Under 7. Okay. Wisconsin, over 5, which I have. I also have over 5.5 at plus 130 because I like them to win 6.
By the way, Minnesota had 3 players drafted last year.
And all the rest of them made rosters.
Still made rosters.
The new offense, Jeff Grimes. Have you heard of Jeff Grimes' offense, what it's called? It is the RVO offense.
I thought it was going to be something about being grimy.
Reliable, violent offense.
Reliable, violent offense. This
Yes.
sounds like a running attack.
Exactly right.
Okay.
Wisconsin, another team that faces 10 new quarterbacks. They are the only team to play just one of the bottom 6 teams in conference in terms of odds.
And that team is
they play Purdue?
Is it Maryland?
Maryland. It's Maryland.
It's got to be Maryland.
It's Maryland.
Yeah, I'm looking at their schedule right now. It's got to be Maryland.
Yeah. They also are struggling against ranked teams. They're 2-21. And if you look on there, they may face 8 of them this year.
What's the win total again?
Well, if you do 5, it is minus 140. If you do, that's over 5. If you do over 5.5, which I did, was plus 135.
You did over 5.5? Man,
I said it was my first bet.
Gosh, that is a tough schedule.
I said that was. I know it is. It's a very tough schedule. I mean,
they ain't beating Alabama.
I know.
Hey,
if you're sitting there and that game is close, late, think, oh, this is weird.
Man.
By
the way, K Ford's got them at 5.1 wins, a 39% chance of 6 wins.
I like the 39%. 40%. Yeah.
Okay.
Your boys from Rutgers.
Rutgers.
What is a Rutgers? Over 5.5, minus 125. They are, I think I said this to you last week, they're 0 of their last 40 versus top 25.
Yes, they actually have a worse record against the top 25 than Nebraska does.
This goes back to 2009. But last year, they won 4 games outright as an underdog.
Really?
Yep. And they are
outright.
And they are last year top 5 in havoc allowed last year. They do not allow havoc. They're not letting you sack them. They're not having fumbles. They're not giving PBUs.
I seem to remember that conversation from last year's preview of that game.
That is correct.
Let's see. Rutgers, man, they've got Iowa. They got at Minnesota, at Washington, Oregon, at Illinois, Ohio State, Penn State.
Tough schedule.
That is a tough schedule.
Our friends from Michigan State, Jonathan Smith, our friends. 'Cause I like him a lot. Over 5.5, minus 135. Under 5.5, plus 115.
K-Ford's got him at a 40% chance of 6 wins.
I would not be surprised. Here's what they need to fix, though. Offensive line problems. Childs, their quarterback last year, he was pressured on 42% of his dropbacks.
It was bad.
42% of his dropbacks. Dude was running for his life. 6 straight games, their defense did not have a sack.
Yes.
Think about that
from our preview.
That's crazy. They only played
because they had an incredible number like the first 3 games, and then it just dropped
completely off. They only played 2 of the bottom 7 in the Big Ten. Only 2.
Yeah, they've got Maryland and they've got UCLA.
Yep. UCLA, by the way, speaking of them, over 5.5 is plus 115. Nico, people love Nico. Had 5 TDs in the 6 games he played against teams with winning records. Just 5 TDs in the 6 games. He took advantage of all the teams that were bad that he played in Tennessee. Last season, they were 5-2 in one possession games, and those 5 wins by about 23 points.
There's a chance UCLA could finish the year 0-5 because they finish with Indiana on the road, an idle week, come here, go to Ohio State, host Washington, go to USC.
I think they're the third worst team in the Big Ten, I think. If you look at all they lost from last year and that defense, and I don't like Nico, I think they're going to really struggle.
35% chance of 6 wins.
That's higher than I thought it was.
According to K4.
Yeah. Northwestern. They have my guy, Preston Stone. Back in 2023, the last year he was a starter because at SMU last year he got hurt and got taken over. 33 big-time throws, 13 turnover plays. 33 big-time throws, 13 in one season. They play 5 Big Ten home games with 3 on the lake and 2 at Wrigley.
And those 2 would be Michigan and Minnesota.
Yeah. Maryland, over 4.5 at -130. Last year, their offense finished 129th in quality drives. A successful drive, reaching the 40-yard, your opponent's 40-yard line, for the most part. Their defense was 134th in coverage. The defense was 131st in giving up quality drives. And the pass rush was the worst in the Big Ten. And they allowed over 30 points a game. Maryland's defense was statistically one of the worst in the history of the Big Ten.
Now, you said that win total again was what?
Is over 4.5 is -130.
64% chance of 5 wins, according to K4.
A little bit of juice there, plus -130. I don't think I'd mess with it. I think they're going to be bad. And then you have your head coach admitting that it was almost like a rebellion in the locker room last year.
Yeah, he had issues in the locker room.
Yeah, I worry about that.
That's bad.
And then, of course, coming up the rear,
Purdue. I mentioned this earlier. I think 18 portal players could be starting out of their top 22. 8 offense and 10 on defense. Ugh.
Yeah, that is absolutely brutal with the turnover they had to have. They are over 2.5. That's -180. Over 3 is -130. If you thought about putting any money on over 3.
Over 3, only 19% chance of 4 wins. Consider that everybody that Purdue plays in the Big Ten is better than they are, or projected to be better than they are. And they have Notre Dame on the schedule. Their other two non-conference games are Ball State and Southern Illinois. So you're asking Purdue to pull 2 upsets.
Yep.
You could squint and say Northwestern, but next to that, Rutgers.
I know. It's and I think they did a great job going out and getting a coach. And they got a guy who can get a job, but I just don't. It's going to be brutal. It's going to be brutal. Imagine being a Purdue fan. Imagine having season tickets to go watch that.
If I'm a Purdue fan, I'm not even going to the football games.
You have season tickets. What are you going to do?
I'm going to go to the basketball games.
Well, you already have season tickets. They do have that party area you can go to and just drink.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So
I've never been to Purdue.
In the stadium, the side we always sit on where the press box is, off to the right, there's a party area.
Okay.
And it was one of the first places in the Big Ten where you could drink. And it's separated a little bit from the stadium. You can go stand over there. They always have the train. The little train mascot's always over there. And people are they're just getting wasted.
So there you go. Some Big Ten fun facts and Cincinnati.
By the way, I believe this was mentioned today by your friend, the offensive coordinator for Nebraska, Dana Holgorsen. Nebraska last year was 114th in finishing drives. 114th. That's what he's talking about. You've got to finish damn drives.
All right, we got more to come. We've got some content. What's for dinner? Stay right there. John and Michael with 1620 The Zone. Some recruiting news today. Omaha Central defensive back rated a 4-star by 5-star by the 24/7 composite, 4-star on Rivals. Torrey Pittman,
the third,
has committed to Nebraska. Certainly he had all the big hitters on him.
And I think we'll see more, actually. I think we'll see more next year. I think after this junior year, we'll see more.
So you got to wait a while because he's only a junior this year. So this is for the class of 27.
Yep.
But Nebraska has received a verbal commit from Torrey Pittman. If they can hold on to it, another feather in the cap, considering the struggles this program, not necessarily this coaching staff, but this program has had keeping Omaha talent home.
What are the odds he goes to Iowa State?
None. 0 zip.
I would be more worried about Iowa.
I'd be worried. No, I'd be worried about the big boys coming along.
Well, no, I know,
He's
but I'm
ranked
saying
the
if you're
number one
comparing the Iowa
safety.
schools.
I was just making a joke.
No, you weren't.
Yeah,
you
I
were saying
was.
that because 7 guys from this class have committed to Iowa State.
Yeah.
That's why you were
But
saying
I was saying it as
Yeah.
a joke.
Yeah. Anyway, he's a very
Go
talented
Clones.
kid. He's the number 1 safety in the country for the class of 2027. In here, little old Nebraska, right down the street, up on the hill, downtown.
Gonna love him in Ames.
I look forward to watching him play for 2 more years at Central.
Yes. He's got 2 more years at Central and then Nebraska. We hope. Because you never know. Big hitters come in starting next year. Now, Nebraska apparently has been recruiting him since the 8th grade.
It's like we don't talk a lot. Yeah, Abdul Muhammad, the assistant coach there.
Yeah.
We don't talk as much about the recruiting guys anymore because they're kind of an afterthought. We want the guys who are going to be here right now. Who are the guys coming in the portal?
Correct. But hey, listen, we talked about it earlier with Don Munson. That's what Dabo wants. He wants to build it the old-fashioned way.
But he actually finally went in the portal, though. He finally did it.
He did, but only picked up like 3 guys.
Yeah.
But
like Iowa.
Exactly. But this is the way Matt Rule wanted to initially do it. Now they've leaned a little bit into the portal, but it's good. It's good to try to put a fence around this city.
Yeah, sure.
You think about the history of this program.
Think about just Omaha Central.
Just
Omaha Central alone, yeah.
But the history of this program, all the great Omaha kids went to Nebraska.
Yeah. So Gale Sayers obviously was the first one not to go.
Well, I'm talking like Devaney era present.
And that kind of changed. So Devaney looked and see what were we not doing, and went to some African-American kids and said, what's not happening? And they go, 1, I don't want to go to a place where there's no black girls. And you don't have a lot of black fraternities and stuff like that. So Devaney, way ahead of his time, said, we need to build up a presence of more black students on campus so the kids who are coming to play football feel more comfortable. And that 1962 group, the 1964 group, all those end up becoming, what happened with Nebraska with being racially integrated compared to a bunch of schools they were playing, like Alabama.
Well, yeah, none of the Southeastern schools were integrated until the early 70s.
Yeah, Texas was the last all-white national championship team in 1970.
And we don't count that one because Nebraska won that.
Yeah. Or maybe it was 69-70.
69-70. Yeah, that's the one.
Did you see this? This is kind of cool. One of my favorite people in the world, like Jeffrey Gold, who's a brilliant man, very smart, very glad that he is the president of the university. He is giving his bonus back to the support academic programs.
Well, you've got a $26 million budget shortfall.
Yep. I want my bonus. Take it back.
That's a good idea.
Yes.
That's a very good
idea.
idea.
And he is the man that's going to get Nebraska back into the AAU.
What we've always wanted. Well, all I wanted for Christmas was a membership into the AAU.
When they got kicked out, though, in 2010, 2011, it was not a big deal. But with the whole thing what the Big Ten is doing now, and people worry about if Nebraska doesn't get good, is there a chance ever that for some reason when they're paring down, they get left out? And if there's something that can be added academically, research-based, to keep them there,
the
AAU is there.
Yes, we know. The Big Ten's all about education.
Yeah. That's why some of the teams you're looking at to come in, are AAU schools. So a really interesting one is South Florida. Believe it or not. And I know Central Florida is working on becoming an AAU school as well. It's like a 3-year process. So they're working on it as well.
Do you follow our friend Aaron Schatz?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I used to get his book.
He now he doesn't have he doesn't have the full play-by-play because that's how he develops his DVOA.
Yes.
To get all the play-by-play stats. They have to do estimates pre-1978, but he has gone back to 1950. Would you like to take a guess as to who is the best defense of all time since 1950? We always think about 85 Bears. Who is...
Well, the greatest I've ever seen, I was a kid, 1976 Pittsburgh. The Steelers in 76 gave up almost no points and didn't win the Super Bowl because they lost both running backs and a wide receiver, and Bradshaw was banged
Bradshaw
up.
got hurt.
Yes.
They were seventh. They're seventh.
The Baltimore Ravens in 2000 were incredible defense.
2008.
Okay.
Finished eighth.
Okay. Now 2001 wasn't good? I thought 2001 was.
The 2000 Ravens defense isn't even in the top 10.
Really?
Or top 20.
They were really good. Okay.
They're not even in the top 20.
Other great defenses. The Miami Dolphins, 1972.
The Dolphins are not on this list.
Wow. And it goes back to the 50s?
Yes. I will give you a hint.
How about the Bears with Butkus when their offense was horrible in like 64?
63, their NFL championship season, they were 14th.
14th, okay.
So here it is. The top 10 defenses, according to Aaron Schatz, by his DVOA. And again, it's estimated going back to 1950.
Let me ask one more.
Go ahead.
Eagles, 91, 92.
There you go.
Bam.
The number one defense in DVOA since 1950, according to Aaron Schatz, is the 1991 Philadelphia Eagles.
They opened this, I believe this is correct. They opened the season against the Saints. And I believe that's the year that Randall Cunningham got hurt. And the Saints had their backup quarterback, and the game is like 12-6 or something like that. I think that's 91. Was that 92? All I know is, no, because Jerome Brown died in 91, in 92. So it'd been 91. You're right. They played the Saints. The Saints played them in the first game of 92, not 91.
Yeah.
Because Jerome Brown died on my birthday before the 92 season. And that 91 front had Jerome Brown and Golick and Reggie White and Clyde Simmons and all those guys.
By the way,
Eric Allen.
This team did not make the playoffs.
No, they did not.
They missed out by one game. They were 10-6, but they did not make the playoffs. Yet this is the number one defense. That team, 91 Philadelphia, they started by beating the Packers. Then they proceeded to lose 5 of their next 7, including a 13-6 decision at home to your Saints.
Okay. The next year they got the rematch against the Saints.
But that is the number one defense of all time, according to Aaron Schatz's DVOA. The 1969 Minnesota Vikings were second. 2002, Tampa Bay was third.
Oh, wow.
The 86 Bears were fifth. The 86 Bears were fourth. The 85 Bears were fifth. The 2018 Chicago Bears were sixth.
Really?
So the Bears have 3 straight teams, 86, 85, and 2018. The 76 Steelers were 7th, 2008 Baltimore 8th, 1962 Detroit Lions were 9th, and the 2008 Pittsburgh Steelers were 10th.
Didn't that 76 team only give up like 9 points a game?
The Steeler team?
Yeah.
Probably.
For some reason, I had that stuck in my head.
Probably.
Because I remember I was 7, and I remember the conversation was on how good that defense was. But Franco gets hurt. Rocky gets hurt. They had nobody to run the ball.
By the way, in his top 20, one Saints defense finishes inside the top 20. Which one was it?
I think the best overall defense they had was probably the 92 team.
91.
92. It's the same, basically.
91
the same
Saints were 20th in the top 20.
That's the Dome Patrol. So that's Ricky, Pat, and the field mouse in the middle, and they're loaded. But listen, so that secondary, Eric Allen, Hall of Famer for the Eagles in that year. Jerome Brown would have been a Hall of Famer. Clyde Simmons and Reggie White. Reggie White's a Hall of Famer. Clyde Simmons was incredible. Andre Walters, one of the hardest hitting safeties of all time. Zell Jenkins, great cornerback. They were loaded.
Did you mention Seth Joyner? From that Eagles team?
Didn't Seth come the next year?
No, he was on the 91 Eagles.
There he is. Yep. 59. There he is. One of the linebackers. Outside linebacker, Seth Joyner.
The problem with that team was offense.
Yes.
They could not score enough.
Well, your quarterbacks were David Archer, Jim McMahon, Jeff Kemp, and Brad Goebel.
And keep in mind, kids, this was Jim McMahon long past the 85 Bears for him. I mean, he was being held together by, baling wire and thread. But yeah.
Keith Jackson was on that team.
He was. I mean, there's some really good players on this team.
Oh yeah, I remember that first game of '92 because a buddy of mine was an Eagles fan, and it was so sad because they obviously Jerome Brown was dedicated to him, and neither team had an offense. Like neither team had an offense that game because they both lost their starting quarterbacks, and it was a brutal game to watch. But it was 15-13 was your final. 15-13.
Yeah, and Randall Cunningham got hurt in the first game against the Packers.
Now he got hurt. Yeah, I thought he hurt in the preseason, but yeah, you're right.
It was the first game against the Packers. That team could have been a lot different.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the year that Washington won their last Super Bowl.
That's crazy.
And that's when the Dallas run started because they made the wild card that year. But imagine how it would have been different if Randall Cunningham had not been hurt.
Trust me, they talk about that all the time, the fans.
Coming up, we got an abbreviated content. And what's coming up for dinner tonight? Do you know? Well, you're going to have the house to yourself.
I have no idea. I have leftovers, lots of leftovers at the house. I have gyro leftovers. I have ribs leftovers. I have a lot of leftovers at the room.
Well, if you want to have leftovers with Michael, you can go joining him.
No doubt.
We'll be back after this. 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Here, Kaheem couldn't hold a punt. Dang it. Sorry, bad memories. I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead. It's content time.
Are you okay, John?
That was a great moment.
No,
John.
it was a terrible
great
moment.
moment. Saints' first playoff win. It's a great moment.
I liked the next time they played in the playoffs. That was a lot better.
That was one of the worst games ever played in the Super Bowl.
After problems getting his visa, Creighton big man recruit Aleska Dimitrievich is on his way to Omaha. Is this a big sigh of relief for the Jays seeking to eventually replace Ryan Kalkbrenner?
Yes, it is. It's nice to have now. He's probably not going to contribute as much this year as they had hoped if he would have been able to get here earlier. But yes,
They have guys. I mean, it's going to be different, obviously. But
it'll be very different.
They'll have more of a stretch 4 or 5, but they'll be fine.
Yeah, they'll be all right. But yes, long term, hopefully Alexa will be able to get involved in the system and can develop similar to as Ryan did. Because remember, Ryan was only a 3-star recruit.
Ryan could not run up and down the court more than 3 times in a row. He admits that himself.
Yes.
when he got
Yeah.
here.
It was he was great. He was great in a 90-second burst, but then ran out of gas. That was one of the things that needed to change, and it did within short order.
J-Man talking about in the 72 for Alabama, Georgia, LSU, Ole Miss. Bear Bryant retired in 72.
What did you say his name was again? What's his name again?
J-Man?
No, the
Alexa Dimitrievich.
Alexa,
play
1620 the zone.
That's funny. Good job.
It's been a while since the name Clifford Caleb Kingsbury was uttered around here.
Cliff.
Well, the Commanders' offensive coordinator says his offense hasn't been sharp this camp because receiver Terry McLaurin is holding out.
Yeah.
Should we expect a sophomore slump for Jaden Daniels if the holdout lasts?
I think we're going to get a sophomore slump anyway. I don't think you'd have a year they had last year.
What did you think of the rating? Well, I guess Josh asked you this earlier.
Yeah, we
this
talked
week.
about it. I told you I thought he was fine. I thought based off of what he did last year, and I think he can do in his future, I thought it was fine.
Sure.
Wasn't it like sixth?
Sixth.
Yeah, I thought
he
it was
was
fine.
just outside the top tier.
I thought it was fine. Got a great deep ball. Very mobile in the pocket. I'm a big fan.
But without McLaurin, going to be tough.
Yeah.
Remember, you're going to be
think he's
playing
gonna
a
sign?
second place schedule.
You don't think he's going to sign right before the beginning of the season? That's what they normally do, right? They sign.
They probably will.
Right before they'll
They
come
probably
to the deal.
will.
They'll come to the right before the beginning.
But
of
I
the
think it's the second place schedule that's going to get them as much as anything.
Yeah. I mean, they won, they had that Bears game. They had 4 or 5 other games where it was close. They had obviously the Eagles game where they upset the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
My scary thing is anytime, and it didn't happen last year, but whenever Cliff Kingsbury is an offensive coordinator or head coach, usually the last half of a season, they're miserable.
Yep.
Which didn't happen last year, which is surprising.
Yesterday, we told you that Ohio is trying to put limits on pro sports prop bets. Today, the NBA is also asking for limits to player props. Are we nearing a day where player props will be eliminated altogether?
From the legal books?
No.
I think from the legal books, it's more likely. Obviously, the offshore stuff is going to continue.
I don't think it'll ever go away. Just because I understand what's happening, I don't think it'll ever go away, though. It's just too much money.
Like you don't think from the enough pressure now?
There's
like,
enough.
Like
there's
a lot
more,
of college props are off the board.
Well, a lot of states have that already in their constitution where you can't do it.
And Ohio's trying to do it on pro bets as well.
Yeah, I don't think do you know that half of the bets that come in on the Super Bowl are the prop versions? Half of them.
Now, how much more because that used to be the only game where you got props.
Well, you go all the way back to 85, 86 Bears,
right.
The first ones, yeah.
Now you get props on everything.
Yeah, there's 1,000, 2,000 props. Yeah.
I wonder what the handle is on just regular season props, like the percentage of how much money's coming in for the game, how much money's coming in on
It's later
props.
in the week normally. It's by Thursday when it's going to be on there for the majority of them, so that makes it a little bit better. But I would say probably if you're talking about Sunday bets, I bet it's like 25%.
At least 25%.
Because people are betting
players.
They're betting touchdowns, anytime score. They're betting a lot of that. They're betting the combination of, you can parlay like this quarterback's touchdown, this wide receiver's touchdown, and put those together. I think a lot of those happen the day of the game.
It's going to be hard. It's a hard sell for a lot of these, especially the online books. The DraftKings, the FanDuel, whatnot, because they promote a lot of these hey, try this parlay with this dude and this dude and this dude and a team totaler, for example. That's a lot of money they could be losing out on if these things get banned.
Yeah, I understand they're concerned about the gambling and also not the gambling, but the fixing of games.
Right.
I get that, but I can't see them going away. They're so prevalent in every part of gambling now.
The deterrent is to make sure that, hey, if you find someone like, for example, Emmanuel Clase, the relief pitcher for the Indians, or I'm sorry, the Guardians, if you find out that they're trying to manipulate it, you got to lay the hammer down.
You bet them for life. Listen,
you got to lay the hammer down.
The only reason we are catching people is because it's legalized.
Yes.
It's so regulated, they're going to catch it.
Yeah.
The computers are going to catch you.
The problem isn't that you can bet on them. The problem is the people that are trying to manipulate the system. Fix that problem.
Yeah.
Bill Connolly's preseason college football top 767, or is it just 767?
It could be whatever you want to call it.
Either way, it's out. If the best team, Ohio State, met the worst team, New England College, the Buckeyes would be favored by 147 points.
Oh, my God.
Fellas, that's a touchdown every 3 minutes. Can it be done, and are you taking the Buckeyes?
Well, Cumberland got 222. Now,
but that was like 100 years ago.
Cumberland got 222 on Georgia Tech. It required them to not have enough players for Georgia Tech for Cumberland to have Georgia Tech beat Cumberland 222
to nothing.
They but if you go back and you watch, there's a whole documentary about it. There weren't enough players, so every time the quarterback for Cumberland got knocked out with a concussion, they had to bring him back in, and he kept throwing pick sixes. Yeah. They also, at one point in the game, they wanted to block the field goal. Georgia Tech built a pyramid of people to try to block the field goal, and the guy on the top fell and broke his face, but he had to continue to play because they didn't have enough players.
Oh, my God.
The Georgia Tech Cumberland story is one of the greatest
I
stories
need
of all
to read
time.
this.
You got to watch the podcast. Watch. It's on YouTube TV.
Okay.
Pull up Georgia Tech, Cumberland College. It's on there. It's incredible.
I think Secret Base has a video about it too. I think I remember seeing that before.
Yeah, this one is done by this guy who does all of these different videos. He did the one about the craziest marathon of all time,
Nice.
which was like the 1924 marathon or something like that. So
I think that Ryan Day, who's a very classy individual with a very dark beard, would not run up the score to cover the 147.
He'd pull everybody.
Yeah, you'd get the starters in there for like one possession, and then it'd be all backups.
I've never heard of is it New England College?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, never heard of that.
Like probably
Division III?
Probably a Division III school.
Finally, we'll
Yeah.
finish off with this. Oklahoma is selling fan access to the post-game press conference after their game versus Michigan for $692 per person.
Fans come into the press conference.
Yes.
And stand in the back?
Yes.
Now, should we be the ones to tell the potential person buying this that it's not worth the investment?
It's not.
No,
it's not worth it at all.
It's really kind of
Do
boring.
you get to meet the coach after for the money?
I don't know. I think
You should be able to meet the coach.
You get to throw a
Maybe
shoe
you
at the
do.
coach?
Why? like George Bush.
Yes.
That's crazy. No, I don't. That's horrible.
I don't care if you get to meet Matt Rule and get a picture taken with Dylan Raiola. That's not worth $692.
Well, for the right fan, it is.
Yeah, if you're a psycho.
Well, I mean, there are people paying $1,000 for a card. A football card.
Who's doing this?
There are people doing it. They're out there. They're paying that much money for cards. So a real loyal Nebraska fan that's been a Nebraska fan all their life. I was watching Nebraska when Bob Devaney took over back in '62. They would pay that money. You don't think so?
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying they're crazy.
Do you remember when this used to happen quite a bit? And they would actually be cheering occasionally from fans in press conferences? This happened at a Texas press conference where there were Texas fans in the back of a Texas press conference. It happened that I was at.
No.
Now, they were boosters, but they're
Well, of
fans.
course.
They're fans.
Well, then there are occasionally boosters that show up in the back of Nebraska press conference.
That is true. That is true.
But to actually sell packages, sell tickets to fans, hey, you can pay $700 to go watch a press conference.
If I had a time machine, I'd go back to that press conference where Bernard Thomas is in the back.
I was standing right next
Were
to
you?
him.
I'd like to get in the elevator too with Bernard Thomas and Steve Peterson.
And Jamal Lord wearing throwback Brewers gear.
Really? Didn't know that.
I've got the picture. I'll show you during the break.
Yeah, Bernard Thomas. I would have loved to have been for that.
Oh, I will never forget it because Kevin and I were standing next to each other, and all of a sudden, this giant shadow appeared over my right shoulder, and it's the looming image of Bernard Thomas as he starts to ask this question, and I'm just looking up, and I'm going, "Uh-oh, keep giving it to him, man! Keep giving it to him."
That's awesome.
I need to see that again, man. That was so fun. That whole era was fun.
It was. I wouldn't say it wasn't fun. It was entertaining.
It was entertaining, which can be fun.
It was entertaining. I wouldn't say it was necessarily fun.
And keep in mind that this show is only 3 hours back then.
It was 3 hours, but we extended it for several after the Kansas game, after the Oklahoma State game, after the Iowa State game. We extended it several times. And then eventually they gave the show before us to Stephen A. Smith. And we're like, well, we're starting early now. And that's how we moved to 4 hours because of Stephen A. Smith.
Thanks, Stephen A.
Yeah.
Back, wrap it up with what's for dinner next, 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Pizza is what I'm told we're having, though I was vetoed for what I wanted, so I don't know what I'm going to expect.
The kind of pizza, the type of pizza. What were you vetoed?
The pizza place.
Oh, okay.
I wanted Casey's.
Oh, good.
Do you like Casey's taco pizza?
Love Casey's taco pizza.
One of my wife's favorite pizzas is the taco pizza. She loves it.
You're welcome, Nebraska, one of Iowa's contributions to the world.
Well, that is true. So
And
we'll see.
me.
I'm guessing it's probably going to be Valentino's.
Ugh. No offense to Valentino's. Last night we went to Memoir for our anniversary.
How was it?
21st anniversary. It was very good. One of the things we had was this like type of French dip sandwich.
Ooh.
There's another half of it left in the refrigerator. I just thought about it. Unless somebody ate it today, which is possible, they have that. So
well, you said you had a lot of other leftovers available to you.
I have a lot of leftovers. I cook way too much food. I always have. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how not to cook too much food. And so I have a bunch of stuff. It's called the Prime Memoir Dip. Smoked shaved beef, Krasinza cheese.
Never heard of that.
Me neither. Horseradish aioli, French bread, fries, and a simple salad is what it comes with. And so we have a half of that left in the refrigerator if it's still there.
And obviously the au jus, right?
It's still in there. Yes, the au jus is still in there too. Yes, and there's a little bit of the bolognese is still in there too. I might, if it's still there, I'll have that.
Nice. Last night, Paige made us chicken thighs, and she did like this chunky tomato sauce over the chicken thighs. It was really good.
Okay.
It reminded me of tomato gravy, but it wasn't tomato gravy, but it kind of felt like tomato gravy.
It's that's a chicken cacciatore.
Is it?
Kind of.
Is it?
Kind of. Yeah, it's
It
like
was
chicken.
good.
Kind of chicken cacciatore.
I believe you.
Kind of the same thing.
All
Yeah.
right.
I love chicken thighs. It's all we have. We don't do the chicken breast. Ever.
I like chicken breast.
We're chicken thighs. I want to be flavored chicken. Chicken thighs, much better tasting.
I like breasts because there's more meat, but thighs do have more flavor.
They have more flavor and they're juicier and all that stuff.
Who doesn't like breasts?
Everybody likes breasts, but I don't eat
breasts.
those.
The breasts. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was a callback.
Yeah.
All right, Michael. Thanks.
Thank you, John.
Michael.
And you're going to be back on Monday.
Monday morning with McMaster. Yeah. Yes.
Michael and McMaster
On Monday morning.
Yes.
Have a great weekend, folks.
See you later.
Bye.